Good morning and welcome to this July 12th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. And I'm going to ask Natasha to deal with that. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Hart,
Here.
Supervisor Nelson,
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Here.
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
Chair Hartman.
Here. Please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the next item of business is approval of the minutes of June 28th, 2022. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
And any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pass unanimously. CEO Miyasato, do you have a report today?
I do, Chair Hartman, board members, just a quick report, and this is regarding a new program that's been, that's just started recently through the CSD. The Tri-County Regional Energy Network, or 3C REN, is the County of Santa Barbara's collaboration with the counties of San Luis Obispo and Ventura to offer energy savings programs. 3C REN has partnered with local libraries recently to bring local residents the Home Energy Savings DIY Toolkit. The toolkit has free items for residents to install in their home. And today with us, we have Ashley Watkins, who can talk and show you what the toolkit looks like.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. Good morning, members of the board. Yes, so we have a toolkit. It includes free items that residents can keep, like LED lights and weather stripping. It also includes some more expensive items like kilowatt meter that need to be returned. Supervisor Williams reached out and expressed some interest in the toolkit, and so that inspired staff to create a Board of Supervisors toolkit that can be used by all of the supervisors and their staff. So we'd like to present that to Supervisor Williams. I do believe he agreed that as a condition of getting the first toolkit, that he would install weather stripping at all of the other supervisors' homes, so you could take advantage of that.
How about cooking on the induction cooktop?
Yeah, so I wanted to also mention that there's a new addition. We just purchased a bunch of induction cooktops and are supplying them to our local libraries. So those can be checked out as well. And so Supervisor Williams, if you'd like to try that out as well, I can give that to you. I do have a special pan that goes along with it, so I'll have to bring that down to you separately. I could only carry so much today. So you know, there's a lot of people who are interested in electrifying their home, and induction cooktops are a great way to kind of get a feel for it.
Ashley, why don't you show it on the camera, because people won't be able to see what it looks like.
What's in the box?
Turn around maybe so that they can see you on the camera. There we go. And the induction to Ashley. All right.
I also just wanted to mention that members of the public, they can go to 3C REN's website at 3C-REN, and they can reserve the toolkit at their local library through there, or they can also just go directly into a library. So,
And so every library will have these and can be checked out as part of the Library of Things?
it is part of the Library of Things. Not every library has it yet, but Santa Barbara, City of Santa Barbara, City of Goleta, Santa Maria, also the County of San Luis Obispo system and Ventura's system. And so when Supervisor Williams is done, you can just return that to us. We'll refill it with the items like LEDs, and then it can move through the board.
Very exciting. Okay.
That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes in today's agenda?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have one quick announcement this morning. I would just like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person both in the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public, if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide a verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You'll be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you. Do any board members have items they would like to pull for today? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Item A9 and A38.
Okay, and any other board members? Madam Clerk, any members of the public?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have requests from the public for items A9, A25, A38, A40, and A62.
Okay, we'll take them in order. Madam Clerk, would you read A9 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 9 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding fiscal year 2021-2022 Memorandum of Understanding with Buellton Polo Village Partners, LP, and Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara for the provision of supportive services at Polo Village and the operations of Polo Village, a proposed affordable housing development in Buellton.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. My first question is actually for County Council, because in the public this weekend there was some discussion on what this item is, and the way I understand it is actually it's a memorandum of understanding for services that the county might provide. We're not the sponsor of this project, we're not the applicant, we're also not the jurisdiction that is being built in, is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, yes, that's correct. This memorandum of understanding is for the county through the Department of Behavioral Wellness to provide specialty mental health services on site for the project.
Great, thank you. My next question is actually for Director Navarro. Good morning, welcome.
Thanks.
I just wanted to maybe have you just inform the public exactly what will be going on. What are you guys offering with this MOU? Are the services that you're contracting or agreeing to provide, are those things that we have capacity and potentially revenue to serve, and this population that is being addressed?
Yes, so these will, the MOU is, the ask is to enter into an MOU with the project developers in Polo Village to secure 15 of the units of the project for special needs housing. And special needs includes physical and mental disabilities. And for us, that will be mental health clients who are clients under Be Well already. So many of these clients are in our most intensive services, full service partnerships. Some may be in our outpatient services. They are multi-bedroom units, and the prospectus of the project, as well as our intention, is really to provide a family environment. So we have young adults and we have adults who are members of families that suffer from severe and persistent mental illness, and it will be that one member of the family then qualifies and is one of our clients, and the rest of the family then is able to be the caregiver for that person in a home environment. So that is what we will be providing. There are offices to be built on site, so we will be there on site daily, Monday through Friday, to be providing the therapy, the community activities, family therapy, and social skills building and community building activities.
Great, thank you. I have one more question actually for Mr. Polanski, who from the Housing Authority. I believe he's here on Zoom.
Yes, I am, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Plansky, for joining us today. My question was about the vetting process for your tenants at your project. There were some questions about what goes into that, and this is a family, multi-family project, and what does that look like with Housing Authority?
Okay, and thank you very much, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I apologize I can't be there. I'm on a national Zoom, and as you know, back east, this is the middle of the day for them, not the morning. There is a very intensive vetting and review process, and we work in partnership with the Department of Behavioral Wellness to identify the individuals that will most benefit from the affordable housing. As I think most people know, the first step to stabilizing an individual so that they can address whatever their issues are and move forward is to find safe, decent, and affordable housing so that that's not something they have to worry about every day. And as was mentioned just earlier, it is families in this particular development, some of whom may have a child with a diagnosed mental health challenge, or it could be an adult family member. But the vetting is actually more intensive than it is for just somebody applying for a regular apartment. We do work, as I said, closely with Department of Behavioral Wellness. They've worked with some of the families, some of the individuals for years, and just have been, with the lack of affordable housing, have just not been able to find housing to stabilize the families. So we do criminal background checks. We do other background checks. We will never, ever house somebody that is that is a sexual predator, that is on a sex offender list. Those are folks we will never house, no matter what. But we look. It is a very careful vetting, as anybody that has gone through it will tell you. Much more intensive, as I said, than the marketplace does.
Thank you, Mr. Plansky.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I have one additional question. It also
Certainly.
will not be like a reentry facility. This is not something that where somebody will be reentering back into the community from prison or jail. That was another question the community had asked me.
Yeah, and Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I really appreciate these questions because I know many members of the community, and I've received some calls as well, are asking these very same questions. You are correct. This is not intended to be a reentry program. It's also not intended to house people that don't want to be housed. This is not a locked facility. This is a regular apartment building that just happens to be affordable and provides robust additional support services to help the individuals who need help. But no, these are folks who just lack affordable housing. These are people that have diagnosed mental health conditions that are being addressed through Department of Behavioral Wellness, and just, again, need that stability of affordable, safe, decent housing.
And my last question is, we'll be giving preference points for local residents from Buellton, because this is where the project is, and from Santa Barbara County to be
And
housed there.
veterans.
And veterans. Are there
And
preference
veterans.
points?
Yes, and in fact, I really appreciate Chair Hartman mentioning veterans. We do have, this is 15 of the 49 proposed units that we're talking about, the MOU. We have additional units that are set aside for veterans. We also have additional units that are set aside for families that are living in overcrowded and unhealthy conditions in motels that were never really intended to be permanent housing, or in vehicles. We have a lot of families where kids are doing their homework in the back seats of cars. So we are working with our council, there is fair housing, and so we do have to abide by the fair housing laws. But we already have preference points for veterans. We already have preference points for people already living and or working in Santa Barbara County. And we're seeing what we can do as far as honing in a little bit more Most likely it would be on the San Ynez Valley as opposed to specifically the city of Buellton. We can't get too small of an area when we're looking at giving preferences through fair housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Polanski, for your thoughtful and careful work on this. It means a lot to our community.
Well, and we really appreciate the support of the supervisors and the community and the city of Buellton. Everybody has been very supportive, and we work every day to earn everyone's trust as we house folks. So thank you very much for the questions.
Thank you.
And I did have a question as well. It goes, I understand this issue is really about behavioral wellness and the services that it's offering under this contract. My question came out of the board letter, though. How long are we able, and probably goes to Mr. Polanski and perhaps to CEO Miyasato, how long can we keep these rental units affordable? And conversely, when they are to purchase, how long can we keep them affordable?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. I can speak to this particular development. The Housing Authority, in my 27 years, we've only done rental housing. In fact, the Housing Authority in its 81 years of existence has only done rental housing, not affordable ownership. The underlying covenant will be for 55 years. That is a requirement of the Tax Credit Committee. It's also something that the county and the cities require when we're looking for additional funding to match whatever the tax credits won't pay. So it's a minimum of 55 years. The Housing Authority itself has a very narrow mission. It's to provide affordable rental housing for folks within the Santa Barbara County community. And so in reality, it's in perpetuity, but the underlying covenant, the actual official legal document, will be 55 years.
And so it was a little bit confusing because something said the federal requirements were 20 years at least, and you're saying our local policy is 55-year minimum. It can be longer. Do other jurisdictions have it longer? And how does it ultimately stay in perpetuity, just for rental?
Certainly, Chair Hartman, thank you. This will be funded primarily through low-income housing tax credits and tax-exempt bonds. And it's the Tax Credit Advisory Committee that requires a 55-year underlying restrictive covenant. The county and many of our cities have signed on and thought 55 years sounded good. That makes it very consistent with what the state requirements are. When we're talking about specific contracts for services, or we're talking about a Section 8 rental assistance contract, those are limited to other timeframes. And so a lot of times you'll see a 15-year or a 20-year, but as in the case with Section 8 contracts, those are subject to automatic renewals, but they're only set for a certain period of time that's allowed by regulations.
Sure, Hartman.
And I see
CEO Miyasato is going to add something here.
I'm sorry, just
Sure.
that Mr. Chapchian is on Zoom, and he, I think, can add to this conversation. Thank you, John.
Terrific. Mr. Chapchian.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato, and good morning, Chair. Yeah, I think for housing community services, typically ours are 30 years for owner occupied. I know the city of Santa Barbara and some other cities do have a 99-year covenant. They have a much longer covenant, but ours is typically 30 years if it's owner occupied.
And how is that policy set, and can it be longer?
I think it can be longer. We've looked at one project where it was going to exchange hands, and we wanted to see if we can increase that covenant an additional 55 years. So I think it can be. It's a policy we bring back to the board.
Okay, I would very much appreciate that. Supervisor Williams?
So for, I don't think that it's necessary in this project because it's rental, but if it was an ownership project, you could mirror what the city of Santa Barbara, as I understand, pushes the legal limit, which is 45-year rollovers until 99 years. So it means that essentially somebody would have to own the home for 45 years to circumvent the affordability covenant. Then it's renewed every time there's a new owner to the legal maximum of 99 years.
Supervisors, if you would like, we can have CSD work with county council and bring an item back if the board would like to do that as part of your motion.
I would very much like that if my board colleagues would agree, either in the context of the housing element or as a separate item. My interest would see that we extend it as far as we can.
I think that would be great because there is a noticeable lack. We would, there was this decent amount of affordable housing, for instance, built in Summerlin once upon a time, but now almost none of those are affordable anymore because not enough, the covenants were not long enough.
And Supervisor, just for clarity for CSD, this is on home ownership or this is for rental? I know for rental, to respond to your question about perpetuity, it can't be because of the way the financing is through tax credits, which means there has to be some LLC equity involved, and so you can't be in perpetuity. But is your concern mostly about rental or home ownership or both?
Both, that we extend it to the maximum extent we can under the law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Navarro. And we have public comment on A9, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have one request to speak, and we will go to Mr. Andy Caldwell.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. Supervisor Nelson did a phenomenal job of beating us to the punch on our questions. Tell you the truth, we would like everything that your staff person said to be put in writing. We think that all of those criterias of not being a sexual predator, veterans, things like that, to be the priority for these housing. This one location is one, unlike the Motel 6 in Santa Maria and some others, we didn't think this was a bad location. However, I had a great conversation with Tony Navarro yesterday. Special needs, the staff report was just not clear. What does special needs mean? And from what I understand, special needs can be people that have ambulatory issues or mental health issues. Well, with regard to ambulatory issues, this thing's on the top of a hill. And I do think that needs to be taken into consideration. The other issue, as far as people with various physical needs, you also have to take into consideration how many services are there in Buellton. Where is the nearest doctor's office, physical therapy office? We know where the nearest hospital is in the valley. Those are kind of some of the other functional issues that we thought about. But our biggest concern was the fact that this quote-unquote special needs was going to be mixed in with family housing. And one of the things that Director Navarro spoke to me about is we've always asked the question, why are there no sobriety requirements? And she said you can't require it because of state law. I have a lot of people on my show. I deal with a lot of homeless issues through my guests. And one of the best guests I ever had on this subject runs a very, very successful program in Mississippi. And he said something that really changed my worldview on this. He said, homeless people are not people that ran out of money. They're not homeless because they ran out of money. They're homeless because they ran out of family and friends. Because most people, family and friends, will help somebody through a tough spot, but they burned everybody in their life. And for them to reintegrate into society, they've got to be trained to be responsible and accountable in their personal decision-making as it relates to the people trying to help them. And in that regard, they need supervision. It's not throw a house at them and their problems are going to go away, because now some people are obviously homeless through no fault of their own. They had cancer, things like that. We'd like some of those people to be at the top of the list because we think you throw a house at them, they are going to stabilize and reintegrate. But again, what we heard today is what we want to hear, but we'd like to see that be county policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, A25.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a letter to the Trust for Public Land requesting technical assistance in exploring potential finance options for parks, trails, fire buffer, and groundwater recharge areas.
And was that a member of the public who pulled that item?
That is correct, Chair Hartman. We do have one request to speak on this item, and we will go to Mr. Scott Wenz.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Scott Wenz representing Kaiser Basic. This would seem to be out of the realm of Kaiser Basic, except for the fact that this appears to be a redundant item. You folks led a contract with the Wood Corporation for $250,000 to do trails, parks, and so forth. And we stepped in and said, what are you doing? We objected to that because you have a robust Parks and Recreation facility. You have the national parks on one side, you have the Pacific Ocean on the other side. Now these gentlemen or people are going to be giving you pro bono, which means it's not going to cost you anything. So if they're going to do this, it would appear to be a redundant item, and the Wood Corporation contract should be canceled. I mean, after all, if they're going to be doing this and looking into this, it's going to be almost 100% identical. And we would urge you to turn around and say, we'll accept this because you helped arrange this. And it's a bad policy to have two corporations or two entities doing the same job, particularly when one will do it for free. Thank you.
And we normally don't comment on public comment, but I would just add that they're two very different tasks. Madam Clerk, I would like to trail A38, but I believe we do have some public comment on that, so we could allow that to happen now.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do not have anyone signed into Zoom at the moment who did register for this item.
Okay, so we'll hear this one after lunch, and everyone will know that. So A40.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 40 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement for consultant services with Wood Environmental and Infrastructure, Inc. for the preparation of environmental impact reports, EIRs, for the 2023 to 2031 housing element update. And we do have one request to speak on this item, and that is Mr. Scott Wenz.
Again, Chair, members of the board, Scott Wenz representing Kaiser Basic. This is a housing element. This is going to involve transportation issues, parking, and so forth. One of the questions we have is why hasn't this board joined with other government agencies who are going after SB 9? SB 9 is one of the items that's driving this, and it's making life unbearable in counties and cities throughout the state. That's number one. Number two, guess who the applicant or the people you're going to be having do this? This is the Wood Corporation again. Well, we have a long history with those people, going back at least 15 years. We've seen them at international conferences. And this is indelicate, and I hope somebody listens closely to it. Whose pocket is being greased on this one? Because somebody is getting some kind of either political or financial benefit by hiring these people who are high-density infill proponents. So we don't think it's a good idea. We think you should be going after SB 9, spending the money to stop SB 9 from being implemented.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, does that conclude public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you. And so I think we've completed the A agenda, and so I'd like a motion to approve accepting A38, which we will trail till after lunch.
Move consent calendar except for A38.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Sorry, I got one quick question before we
of
go ahead and
course.
vote on that. Yes, you don't mind. Thank you, Chair Hartman. I know we gave direction to come back with an item. I hope that's actually an item we can actually debate still and talk about some of the specifics, not direction that we want the
Yeah.
We weren't giving direction. I just want to clarify that we'll get a chance to have an array of options for our board to.
Yeah, it's not
discuss.
agendized, it's just direction.
All right.
So, but that direction is in your motion, correct, Chair?
For it to come back for
For it to
discussion.
come back, right. Okay, just clarifying.
All right, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second for the balance of the A agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Balance of the administrative agenda is approved. So resolution A59, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 59 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of July 17th, 2022 through July 23rd, 2022 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week in Santa Barbara County. And I would like to invite our recipients up to the podium, and I will now read the resolution. Whereas during the week of July 17th to the 23rd, 2022, probation, parole, community supervision officers, criminal justice and juvenile justice professionals, and communities across the nation will join to celebrate pretrial, probation, and parole supervision week. And whereas the probation department today consists of over 341 dedicated professionals working collaboratively with other agencies and community partners to deliver evidence-based programs to justice-involved adults and juveniles while focusing on the enhancement of safety, the reduction of recidivism and racial inequities, the protection of and compensation to victims, the promotion of crime prevention services, intervention, rehabilitation, positive youth development, and restorative justice principles. And whereas probation officers and juvenile institutions officers provide an efficient and cost-effective use of public resources by supervising approximately 2,800 adults and approximately 200 juveniles within Santa Barbara County. And whereas the probation department conducts pretrial assessments, monitors individuals utilizing the least restrictive options necessary to ensure public safety while allowing them to remain in the community and avoid incarceration, and currently monitors 548 individuals on pretrial supervision. And whereas during the department's 113 years of service, probation's role has evolved dramatically, and probation now serves as an integral partner in local law enforcement and the criminal justice system. Probation connects services and individual needs to enhance community safety and the restoration of justice-involved individuals. The probation department serves as an essential connector in the justice system, bridging the gap and maximizing the resources available to reduce recidivism by carefully balancing direct human services with research-based deterrence and interventions. Probation department staff possess and continue to display a high degree of professionalism, commitment, and pride in the work they perform for the courts, in our juvenile justice facilities, and in the community, while striving to guide and support justice-involved individuals toward becoming productive and successful members of the community. Santa Barbara County probation officers, juvenile institutions officers, and pretrial service specialists dedicate their lives to rehabilitation and community safety in order to improve the quality of life for all in our community. Now therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors, County of Santa Barbara, State of California, hereby proclaims the week of July 17th to the 23rd, 2022 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week, and recognizes these officers for their significant contribution to making Santa Barbara County a safer place to live, passed and adopted today.
Chief Heitman.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, board members, and CEO Miyasato. I'm Tanya Heitman, Chief Probation Officer, and it is my honor to come before you today to recognize Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week. You'll notice that we have provided a challenge coin for each of you. Challenge coins are a tradition dating back at least until World War I era. They are now used by many public safety agencies to acknowledge outstanding achievements. The coin you're being presented today acknowledges the collective achievements of our adult division in 2021. These achievements were possible in large part due to the support of your board, as well as the resiliency and commitment of our officers. As a result of your support and the collaborative relationships with our criminal justice partners, each day our department is able to foster and support both accountability and hope. It's only through a balanced approach that provides accountability and hope that we can have a sustainable impact on community safety. Santa Barbara County probation officers and pretrial service specialists work tirelessly to hold justice-involved individuals accountable while supporting them with the help they need to succeed. With me today are 3 department representatives, 1 for each division: adult, facilities, and juvenile. I'd like to give each of them an opportunity to tell you about the staff that they represent and their incredible work.
Good morning, Supervisors. Through the chair. I'm Spencer Cross, Probation Manager of the Adult Division, and I'm honored to be here today to represent the officers that serve this county as agents of change. As noted in the resolution, the Adult Division has a multitude of responsibilities. We wanted to fill the audience with all of our adult staff so you could see their individual faces, but I can guarantee you if they were all in this room, the local criminal justice system would come to a halt. I am confident in this assessment because if they were all here, clients who were arrested last night and are currently in the jail would not be interviewed for pretrial release. Those clients who have recently been released from prison or jail and are in need of housing or treatment would not be placed. Those clients who may be suffering from mental illness or drug addiction would not be getting into treatment. Those who are awaiting their sentencing dates would not have a thorough evaluation and recommendation provided to the court. Victims of crime would have less support, and the community as a whole would be missing the benefit of client accountability. I would have liked to have described each of the unique individual officers in the Adult Division and list their individual accomplishments. However, to honor the brevity of my appearance, I will describe them as a group: dedication, ethics, accountability, and innovation. Those are the words that are engraved on the challenge coin that was presented to each of these officers in the Adult Division this year for their outstanding work. These officers are committed to changing lives and creating a safer community while carrying out the mission of the department with compassion and integrity. Throughout the pandemic, new challenges arose, staff vacancies persisted, laws have changed, yet these staff carried on with tenacity and perseverance. While numerous inspirational quotes from a variety of resources were considered to share with you this morning, I would be remiss if I did not look closer to home for a few words of wisdom. So I wanted to leave you with a quote from our Adult Deputy Chief Probation Officer, Holly Benton, who said, "Every day our officers and staff climb hills, break through barriers, and keep on going because they believe in the work that they do. They help our department be the best possible partner to other agencies and the court and the community they serve." Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, through the chair, my name is Tiffany Phillips, and I am the supervisor at the Juvenile Justice Center. This marks another year that the staff in both of our facilities, the Juvenile Justice Center and the Boys Camp, did an outstanding job providing 24-hour care to the youth in our custody. Displaying exceptional professional ability, initiative, and meticulous attention to detail, the dedicated institution officers and supervisors successfully navigated the many challenges COVID presented with us, and there were many. Staff in both facilities this past year expanded their skill set through a series of de-escalation crisis intervention trainings. The training was comprehensive, integrated approach to preventing, de-escalating, and if necessary, intervening when the behavior of an individual poses a threat of harm to themselves and to others. It integrates knowledge about the impact of childhood trauma with the principles of positive behavior support, which provides a rational framework that empowers staff to do their work in a way that minimizes the use of coercion and behavior change methods. Staff were also trained in trauma-informed care, learning about adolescent brain development and common reactions from exposure to trauma, and skills to help youth get back in balance. In collaboration with the Juvenile Service Division, our staff implemented the use of integrated case plans throughout field services and the facilities. In addition to the multidisciplinary team approaches involving treatment and graduation plans for youth committed to juvenile facilities. Consistent positive support is vital for brain development, and our staff are devoted to providing a safe and healthy environment for our community's youth. Working with and caring for youth with significant trauma exposure is not easy. We are grateful for our incredible staff that manage these challenges day in and day out. Thank you so much for your continued support.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Good morning, Supervisors to the Chair. I'm Erin Cross, the manager of the Juvenile Division, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to represent that division today. In the last year, we've continued our work to reduce the number of youth on supervised probation to consistently just over 200 throughout the year, focusing our efforts on the highest of risk youth. Our diversion efforts have helped us to keep that focus. Our current diversion program has been incredibly successful, providing sustainable resources for youth and families. In the coming year, we're extending our diversion efforts to include a restorative justice program as well. For youth necessitating supervision, we have increased our use of incentives and decreased the use of sanctions as we would for youth not involved in the justice system. We have also embraced the positive achievement change tool to accurately assess a youth's risk to reoffend, as well as their protective factors and areas of critical need, creating meaningful case plans and referrals to services based on those factors and with the youth and families' input. We have also continued to reduce the use of incarceration, reserving this for violent and serious offenders who require a secure setting to facilitate their rehabilitative needs while ensuring community safety. We are focusing our reentry planning to enhance the menu of services and options available to youth and families well in advance of release. To further facilitate this, we have assigned an officer to work within the Juvenile Justice Center to interact with those youth daily to keep them focused on reentry and a successful transition into adulthood. For other supervised youth, we have utilized several evidence-based programs to address a common theme among them: significant histories of trauma, abuse, and mental health issues. In doing so, we've been able to serve these youth in the community while connecting them to resources they can continue to utilize long after their time on probation ends. Many of our officers have been a part of amazing success stories for youth they supervise, but one story stands out. One of our officers was working with a young lady with an unspeakable amount of trauma as a survivor of sexual exploitation. She and her mother had services from nearly 10 community organizations and collaborative partners. Many feared the worst for her. However, one thing was clear: this youth and her mother had a village in their corner. The team committed to focusing on small improvements and engagement as progress. Her probation officer was able to view her through the survivor lens, recognizing infractions of her terms and conditions were minimal compared to the work this young lady was putting in to truly survive, and she flourished with the support of her village, which included her probation officer leading the charge. From diversion at the front end to re-entry of our highest risk youth, our juvenile officers are relentless in their focus on supporting youth in overcoming their trauma, addressing their mental health needs, and focusing on positive youth development, and in doing so, assuring they are well connected to their communities and services to continue to succeed well beyond probation involvement. As President Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." I am proud to stand here before you today and say that in a world that can be uncertain and ever-changing, our juvenile officers are doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chief Hartman, we really appreciate hearing about what your employees are doing day in and day out. I had an opportunity to attend your awards ceremony this year, and one thing really impressed me, and that is the awardees are nominated by their peers, and the tributes are really quotes put together by peers, and it was extremely affecting how you do create that village and support each other in very difficult work and support your clients. I had occasion at that time to look at what the job requirements are in terms of education, the ongoing training that you're describing, but the thing that really jumped out at me was what's required in terms of character. Honesty, trustworthiness, moral fortitude, credibility, integrity, and excellent command presence. So you've got to be people who your clients can emulate and really respect. And so much that your department is doing is really in the forefront of leading us towards criminal justice reform. And so thank you for sharing that with us today. Madam Clerk, item number 60.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 60 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution recognizing the annual Groovin' in the Grove Car Show and honoring the Santa Barbara Elks Lodge number 613. And I would like to invite our recipients to the podium, and I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas the annual Groovin' in the Grove Classic Car and Vintage Trailer Show will be held July 23rd from 9 to 4 at the Santa Barbara Elks Lodge. And whereas over the past 15 years, proceeds from the car show have been directed to the Elks Lodge Veterans Support Programs. And whereas the Vet Support Program provides direct individual monetary assistance to our local veterans, helping with medical visits, providing bus passes, and gas cards. And whereas the Vet Support Program also assists our veterans by providing new Welcome Home Assistance Kits, which includes many necessities in setting up a new home. And whereas over 120 homebound veterans receive holiday meals at Thanksgiving and Christmas due to the generosity of Lodge number 613. And whereas this year, the Car and Travel Trailer Show has presented a $7,500 grant to the Santa Barbara County Stand Down Committee. Now therefore be it resolved that this Board of Supervisors wishes to commend all of the volunteers who support the annual Groovin' in the Grove Classic. Commend all the volunteers who support the annual Groovin' in the Grove Classic Car and Vintage Trailer Show and their efforts in improving the lives of our veterans, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Supervisors through the chair. My name is Steve Cousins. I happen to be a member of the Santa Barbara Elks Lodge and chairman of the Groovin' in the Grove Car Show. I also brought with me Brian Hayden, who is our lodge's community liaison with the veterans groups in town. And we're both very appreciative of the recognition that the board is giving us today, something we don't always achieve or receive with all the work we do for our veterans. We want to support them continuously, not only on the local and state level, but throughout the national level of the Elks organization. And we just appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
Chair Hartman, Supervisors, like Steve said, we're not used to this type of recognition. But the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks nationally gives millions in support of our veterans. Our lodge in particular was chartered here in the year 1900 and have been supporting veterans here ever since. A little known fact is the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks actually funded, built, and staffed the first veterans hospitals in America shortly after World War I and turned them over to the federal government. And that's where your VA came from. So we're very proud to be a part of that every day. I'm a retired county firefighter, and you can't just quit that and do nothing. So we're supporting our veterans, and we really appreciate your support and your recognition. Thank you.
Thank you for your work. Supervisor Lavanino?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I brought this, thought it was timely to highlight some community members, both in the North and South County, who spend their time making our community stronger and more compassionate. The work that the Elks do. I'm a proud Elks member myself, Lodge 1538, but had to get that in there, a little plug. But also, I just kind of wanted to take a second to highlight Stand Down because the donation that they've raised the money for will be going to a very worthy cause. We approved the contract in the A agenda this year. I want to give a big shout out to the Santa Maria Fair Park, who is an excellent partner. They provide a location for us that is second to none, and they keep the cost minimal. No taxpayer dollars involved. This is all through donations like folks there at the Elks. And again, just for those that don't know about Stand Down, it'll be October 15th. It'll be our 10th annual. It is it's a program that started in 1988 in San Diego. They do a 3-day event. We do a 1-day event here, but basically it's a day to show our veterans how much we care about them. And so it's everything from basic needs of providing showers, food, and clothing to other items like employment, healthcare, mental health services, legal assistance, housing, education, pet care, the DMV, and we have coordinated transport all throughout the county and San Luis Obispo County. It's open to all veterans, their spouses, and their families. Again, it's October 15th. If you want to know more about it, we have a website, sbcountystanddown.com. You can print a flyer there, put it up in your business. You can register if you're a veteran. I also have to give a shout out to Sandy Agalos on my staff. She is our stand down coordinator. She's worked with all of our volunteers to where now, if you'd like to contribute, one of the things that we've done now is we've partnered with Walmart, where we have a link on our website. So it's similar to going to a wedding registry, where you just go on the Walmart link and you can choose all the items that we need. Walmart will then ship them directly to us. So all it takes from you is a credit card. And that works out pretty great. And I also want to thank out all the county employees who take their own time to come and volunteer at Stand Down. Some bring their families. They've been coming for 10 years now. They've been with us from the very beginning. And again, this is all just to make our veterans' life a little easier. I also do have to give a shout out to my own Elks Lodge, who provides the breakfast and serves the lunch of, we're talking about over 700 meals provided at lunch. Santa Maria Style Barbecue, all the meats donated by the Santa Barbara County Cattlemen's Association. So of all the bad news that you hear out there on TV, there are some good things going on, and Stand Down's one of them. So October 15th, get the message out to all of our veterans.
And thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. This is your project. You started it 10 years ago? And it's growing and growing, I think, the years I've been there. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read item number 61?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 61 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Samantha Corsa, John Mccammon Jr., Alina Kleemeyer, and James Nelson of the Sheriff's Department as the July 2022 Employees of the Month in Santa Barbara County. I would like to invite all of our recipients to the podium, and I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Sheriff's Service Technician Samantha Corsa has exemplified the function and utility of the Sheriff's Service Technician position, her extraordinary work ethic and positive attitude have proven to be a tremendous asset to the Santa Maria Patrol Bureau, assisting deputies, administrative staff, and the public alike with a multitude of projects, reporting requirements, fieldwork, and administrative tasks. And whereas Sheriff's Service Technician John Mccammon Jr. provides an invaluable service to the community and the Sheriff's Office sworn and civilian staff in the Central Stations area. His motivation and efforts in maintaining equipment, assisting patrol deputies with evidence collection and processing, ongoing investigations and administrative tasks, while also managing special projects and needs of the stations. And whereas Sheriff's Service Technician Alina Kleemeyer provides an extraordinary work ethic and dedication to the community of Isla Vista and the Sheriff's Office sworn and civilian staff in the South County area. Her drive, resiliency, and adaptability can be seen in her foot patrols, traffic and parking enforcement, special event planning, and efforts in maintaining equipment. She also continues to assist our Criminal Investigative Bureau in providing them with statistical data, crime mapping, open source research, and process data analysis, which helps those investigating residential burglaries, catalytic converter thefts, and commercial burglaries. And whereas Sheriff's Service Technician James Nelson provides a vital service to our South Coast communities, in addition to the Sheriff's Office sworn and civilian staff in our Goleta Valley Patrol Bureau area. His enthusiasm and endeavors in assisting patrol deputies with calls for service, administrative tasks while also managing special projects and needs of the stations, and his additional proactive security patrols in the trailhead and beach communities. And now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved on behalf of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office employees that work each day towards achieving the mission and goals of the Sheriff's Office in public safety and service to the community. We honor Samantha Corsa, John Mccammon Jr., Alina Kleemeyer, and James Nelson as Santa Barbara County Employees of the Month for July 2022, passed and adopted today.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, thank you for providing this opportunity to recognize 4 remarkable people from the Sheriff's Office, and I'm very proud to be here today to congratulate Sheriff Service Technicians Samantha Corsa, Alina Kleemeyer, John Mccammon Jr., and James Nelson for being selected as the Santa Barbara County Employees of the Month. Sheriff Service Technicians fill an important role within the Sheriff's Office, providing support to our patrol deputies by assisting with report taking, traffic and parking enforcement, explaining ordinances, citations or warnings, interviewing victims and witnesses of crimes that involve property, collecting evidence at crime scenes, responding to citizen inquiries, and giving general assistance to the public, assisting with traffic control during emergency situations, and meeting with community members in attempting to resolve neighborhood issues, just to name a few aspects of their pivotal positions within our agency. I'd like to tell you just a little brief background about each of our 4 truly remarkable honorees today. And unfortunately, only one of them can be with us today. 2 of them are on vacation, and one of them, as you will hear, is on military leave. SST Samantha Corsa was born and raised in Paso Robles. She obtained 2 Associate of Arts degrees in political science and history from Cuesta College. Shortly after being hired by the Sheriff's Office, she earned her bachelor's degree at Columbia University in political science. She began her career with the Sheriff's Office as an administrative office professional who worked in custody records, assigned to the main jail, and in 2019 she became an SST, a Sheriff Service Technician, because she wanted to be able to work more closely with the communities, members of the communities in Santa Barbara County. SST Alina Kleemeyer is a remarkable woman. She was born in Austria, and at the age of 15, she had already finished her minimum educational requirements in high school, and she wanted to become an engineering apprentice in the Austrian military. Ultimately, she decided to continue her education, and while doing so, she worked as a volunteer with mentally and physically impaired people. SST Klimer attended the University of Graz, and she received her first Bachelor of Science degree in physics in 2001. She also obtained her Fire Commissioner and Marshal certificate. In 2014, she earned her second bachelor's degree in middle school teacher education with a primary focus in chemistry, physics, math, and the German language. After working as a teacher for several years, SST Kleemeyer moved to the United States and became a laboratory teaching assistant at Santa Barbara City College, while also earning her Master of Science degree in IT forensics from the University of Albstadt in Balingen, Germany. She also began volunteering for the Santa Barbara Police Department and the Sheriff's Office, and shortly after being hired as a Sheriff Service Technician, she earned her second master's degree from the University of Essex in criminology and criminal psychology. Currently, SST Klimer is in the process of completing boot camp with the California Air National Guard, so truly a person of achievement. SST John Mccammon Jr. was born and raised in Lompoc, and his father, John Mccammon Sr., is a recently retired sheriff's sergeant with our agency. While in high school, SST Mccammon participated in the Sheriff's Explorer program. He attended the Calvary Chapel Bible College, and after graduation was asked to serve 1 year as the Dean of Men. He grew up and watched the impact his father had on communities that he served as a sheriff's deputy and sergeant, and knew that he wanted to pursue a career in law enforcement as well, and he applied for a position with our agency and was hired in 2020. And then lastly, the person to my right, SST James, as we call him, Jimmy Nelson, born in Wilcox, Arizona. He moved to Santa Barbara when he was young. He graduated from UCSB in 2001. He earned a bachelor's degree in communications. In 2009, he earned his master's degree in secondary education from the University of Phoenix. Prior to pursuing a career in law enforcement, SST Nelson worked as a production manager at Interscan Corporation in Simi Valley. He's also served as a youth pastor for many years with several churches in our community. So, as you can see, 4 great people who work in our organization in positions that allow us to leverage the sworn deputies that we have by the SSTs completing functions that they would otherwise have to do. And we do it at a more cost-effective manner, but we also have people that come into the SST ranks that want to have a career in law enforcement but don't necessarily want to be an enforcement type officer. or people who want to come in and use the position as a stepping stone to become eventually a sworn law enforcement officer, either a sheriff's deputy or a custody deputy. So it's a great program. It's one that constantly pays dividends to us and to the community. They are really true utility workers that we can plug in, and in fact, they are helping right now. We have a situation in our jail where we have quite a few vacancies, as you are aware, and we are using our SSTs in utility positions over in the jail, working in control rooms and in other positions to be able to leverage the limited number of people that we have available on staff now. So again, thank you for the opportunity to recognize these people, and congratulations to Jimmy and to the other three for being recognized as the Santa Barbara County Employees of the Month.
Thank you, Sheriff Brown and the County Board of Supervisors. When I was told about this award or honor or recognition, my first thought was surely there's somebody else in the county of Santa Barbara that's more deserving of this than the four of us. But I do speak for my other law enforcement SST partners when I say that it is an honor and it is a privilege to serve the Sheriff's Office and the County of Santa Barbara and in general. The way I conduct myself in my life and in this position is I see myself as salt. Nobody's ever eaten salt and thought to themselves, this is the best salt I've ever had in my life. Nobody's ever done that. But if you've had popcorn that's just a little bit bland or a steak that's just not right, you sprinkle a little bit of salt on there, it's just a little bit better. And that's the way that I try to conduct myself. A lot of the people we come into contact with are not having a good day. Their catalytic converter got stolen, they lost their wallet, their loved one is in jail, they got their car towed and they have no idea what the next step is. Those are the kind of people that we come into contact with. And it is my job and it is my desire to be a little bit of salt to whatever the kind of day they're having, whatever kind of year they're having, however they're feeling at that moment. I hope when they leave or when we're done, they breathe at least just a little sigh of relief. Okay, I feel a little bit better now. I feel like somebody cares. I feel like somebody knows. And it's not just for the people in the community. As Sheriff Brown pointed out, one of my favorite things to do is just to take the load off of the patrol deputies. One of the joys of this position is, like as he said, we're able to be a part of the law enforcement community where you don't have to carry a gun or you don't have to carry a taser and you don't have to carry handcuffs, but you can still make a difference in your community. And one of my favorite things to do is just to take the load off the deputies. And when the deputies come to me at the end of the day and say, thank you so much for taking care of those 4 reports, or dealing with that person in the lobby, or getting that car taken care of, because to be honest with you, they have more important things to worry about. And that's what we're for. So it's my privilege to be able to help the people of the community, the people of the department, in any way that I can, to be the salt in their life and just make their day, their life, their situation, their job just a little bit easier. So thank you very much for recognizing us, and I humbly accept on behalf of my 3 other partners.
Thank you so much for being here, salt of the earth. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just wanted to personally say how much that this board values the folks who are working as SSTs, like our sworn officers. Each and every one of you is very, very needed, especially because of the workload issues that we have. We want you to stick around, and also people who are thinking about careers in law enforcement. This is a great way to become part of an incredible organization and to make the world better. I mean, you can tell by the background and the short bios that we had of these 4 that these are people with hearts for service, and it's a great way to manifest your heart for service directly to the public.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item number 62.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 62 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Von Do Reynoso, MPH, PhD, for her 5 years of faithful and distinguished service to Santa Barbara County as the Public Health Director. And I'd like to invite Ms. Do Reynoso to the podium, and I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Von Do Reynoso has served as Public Health Director since 2017, leading the department through countless events and disasters such as the Thomas Fire and the 1/9 debris flow, always ensuring and protecting the public health of the community. And whereas on January 21st, 2020, the first case of COVID-19 was reported in the United States, changing the landscape of public health and thrusting Vaughn and her
They're
dedicated
giving
team.
her props right now. Oh, let me.
Whereas on January 21st, 2020, the first case of COVID-19 was reported in the United States, changing the landscape of public health and thrusting Vaughn and her dedicated team into the spotlight as all turned to the department for good counsel to guide the way forward and ensure our county's health and safety. And whereas Vaughn has an enduring passion to serve our residents and ensure health equity for all, as demonstrated by her efforts reaffirming racism a public health emergency, and founding the Public Health Office of Health Equity. And whereas Vaughn has artfully and gracefully led her department of 529 FTEs with a budget of over $103 million, weaving trusting connections among the people, programs, and services. And whereas Vaughn is known for her responsiveness to the public, willingness to engage with others on issues of public health, and develop and mobilize partnerships to further the department's mission, building deep collaborative relationships with community members and organizations across the county. And whereas Vaughn's tireless energy, enthusiasm, empathy, and efforts to improve the lives and health status of all Santa Barbara County residents will be sorely missed, as will her chocolate chip cookies that became an essential fixture in both the Department Operations Center and the Emergency Operations Center over the years. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and commends Von Do Reynoso for her 5 years of distinguished and dedicated service to Santa Barbara County and its residents, and wishes her much success in her future endeavors and every happiness for her beautiful family. You will be missed. Passed and adopted today.
I would like to go first. I was on the board when we interviewed Vaughn, and we had the good sense to hire her. None could have guessed that she would have soon be guiding Santa Barbara County through a once-in-a-century pandemic. As I've watched her, I've often asked myself how she managed to continue the sheer stamina to put in over 24 months of 14-hour days while never getting short-tempered and instead maintaining her calm and her gracious manner. My thoughts take me back to when Vaughn was a little girl growing up in war-ravaged Vietnam, with a government bent on reprogramming its citizenry, escaping with her sister's family when she was just 9 years old, heading to a new place, new culture, new language in Kansas. My husband and I sponsored a Vietnamese family, and few of us can really comprehend the hardship and loss experienced by Vietnamese refugees. But that little girl transformed hardship into triumph, earning bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees, and then we see guiding an entire county through perilous waters with quiet determination and utmost grace. She's known for many, many talents. She's brilliant at creating partnerships. I fully expect that Santa Barbara County will remain one of her closest partners as she transitions to work at SenCal. They are indeed fortunate to have her, and will always be grateful for your leadership through perilous times. We bid you Godspeed, dear Vaughn.
I prepared some comments, but I think that I'm not sure if I go next or if someone else goes next.
You go next.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm speechless. I'm humbled that your board would offer me this momentous recognition. But first and foremost, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to wear my jacket one last time before I retire it. Darren, my deputy over there, raise your hand. He's offered to sell this on eBay. So it is a size 4 if anyone wants a beautiful public health logo jacket. But you know, I want to begin my comments with really acknowledging my family. I think Supervisor Hartman, you mentioned family. My family sent me here to America when I was 9. So that I could have a better life. And I don't think that they would ever imagine that I would reach this point in my life. And to my loved ones that I've recently lost who are in heaven, I think that they are also jumping up and down with joy at this recognition, at this culmination of my public service. I also want to thank my husband, Gabriel, my 3 daughters, Rebecca, Bethany, and Sarah, for just always being there and understanding of the long hours. And they were just 110% behind me through thick and thin, through all the disaster response. And I want to thank my friends and faith companions who've lifted me up in prayers and just constantly sending me messages of encouragement throughout my pandemic response. So friends, faith, and family, that's the force that drove me. Today, I stand before you completing 20 years of county service. I spent 5 years in Tulare County. I spent 10 years in Madera, and I've spent the last 5 years here serving Santa Barbara County. And I have to say, I hope my companions or colleagues in the other 2 counties are not going to judge me, but I have to say that my 5 years in Santa Barbara County is the apex of my experience in my public career. The last 5 years have been the best ever because of the incredible team of talented and committed individuals that I get to work with every single day in my department. You know, they have not gone the extra mile, but they've gone the extra 100 and more miles to protect the health of everyone in our community. My executive team consists of the best deputies that any director could ever wish for. Darren, Paige, Dana, Henning, Suzanne. They are incredibly talented, innovative, and so dedicated to our mission, night and day. I also want to thank my amazing community partners. They've been so ready to link arms to tackle the complex issues, whether it be animal services, structural racism, or health equity. I think that because of the willing partners we have here, we can beat Marin County with regards to being the best in health status. I appreciate Mona for her steadfast leadership and Terry for her support and guidance. I think Terry and I saw more of each other during the first year of the pandemic than our families. We were joined at the hip, literally. And lastly, I'd like to offer my gratitude and appreciation to your board. You've been consistent and unwavering in your support. You've sat through many, many presentations by public health. You've had to sift through data on animal services, wells, ambulance service, homeless death reviews, and COVID-19. More data than you've probably ever wanted, more details than you've ever wanted. Das, in particular, thank you for your unwavering support of me and the department. Greg, my partner in at least 98 press conferences. Thank you for your facilitation and your calm and positive attitude through the thick of it. Joan, thank you for supporting our healthy eating and active living initiative and your wonderful collaborative leadership that models it for the rest of us. Thank you for always seeking that collaborative, innovative solution with everyone. Bob, I will miss your late night texts and emails. Thank you for your thoughtful questions, for pushing us to think beyond what we present, thinking beyond the data into how the data and the policies affect our community. So thank you. And lastly, Steve, your wonderful sense of humor, your zingers, full of wit and wisdom, always captured the essence of the discussion. So thank you for that. It's been a privilege and a tremendous honor to serve your board as the Santa Barbara County Public Health Director. From deep in my heart, thank you.
Chair Hartman, members of the board. Over the past 5 years, Vaughn Del Reynoso has faced extraordinarily difficult times as the public health director. The devastating Thomas fire, followed by the tragic debris flow with its aftermath, as well as the last 2.5 years of an ever-changing pandemic, were exceptional and defining events during her tenure. Despite the challenge of dealing with these exceptional emergencies, she was still able to transform the department by building strong and resilient teams, starting new programs, and laying the groundwork for public health to be better equipped and prepared to meet our future needs and challenges. Driven by her passion and dedication to diminish existing health inequities, she established strong and lasting partnerships with many local, regional, and even national organizations to reach out to communities most in need for health education, access to care, and other resources. Vaughn will be leaving behind a well-established foundation on which to build on for many years to come. Lastly, as the executive team, we want to thank Vaughn for her leadership and guidance through this once-in-a-lifetime challenge of protecting the public's health during a pandemic. Despite long hours, endless meetings, many press conferences, the pressure of always being under relentless scrutiny and at times encountering harsh criticisms, she managed to stay level-headed and able to adapt quickly to ever-changing situations and demands. Her vivacious personality and endless energy has always been an inspiration to us all. It made it seemingly easy for her teams to perform at such a high level for so long. All of us, myself in particular, are sad to see her go. However, she kept her promise to stay on through the worst of the pandemic. And she's leaving the Public Health Department well-equipped and in a good position to fulfill our mission in ensuring the health and well-being of all our community members in Santa Barbara County. Again, we want to express our gratitude and wish her great success in her future role as CENCAL Relationship Executive. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, public comment, and then we'll come back to Supervisor Hart.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have one request to speak, and we will go to Zoom with Dr. Lee Heller.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I thought you were going to overlook me there for a minute. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you for never overlooking me. I don't want to go on at length because the resolution and subsequent comments have said it all. All I can say is Vaughn has been such a gift to this community. She's been a gift to me as a friend and someone I could work with and support in everything from her health equity efforts to her incredible dedication to animal services. She also learned to make vegan chocolate cake for me in her spare time. So she is an incredible person. She is proof that people can come to this country from incredibly difficult backgrounds and make amazing lives for themselves and be an incredible asset to the community. So my gratitude is equal to everything that has been said. And thank you so much, Vaughn, and stick around because we love you.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, this is a very bittersweet moment. Vaughn is a very brightly shining star who is going to be dearly missed. But it is really gratifying and reassuring knowing that the incredible leadership team that she's created at Public Health is going to continue on the work that she's begun and really establish public health as one of the leading departments in the state of California. It's very impressive. I know that she's going to be a key partner with the County of Santa Barbara as we transition with CenCal into the CalAIM new future, and that's really reassuring to know that you're not going to be very far away. As Vaughn herself described, she came to us through a very circuitous journey of life, and I just know personally that I'm going to be forever grateful for her passion, her kindness, her generosity, and amazingly, the fact that she would make cookies for her staff, in the middle of the night after taking phone calls from myself and Supervisor Nelson at midnight, astonished me then and still does today. So thank you for everything, Vaughn.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I want to center my comments on a little bit about how fortunate we as a community are to have had Vaughn these 5 years. First, on non-pandemic things, it was just clear from the very beginning how Vaughn could take a situation as divided as farm worker health initiatives and be able to bring together growers and farm worker advocates and farm workers together and bring them in the same direction. It was clear to me from that moment onward what a special person we had in Vaughn. But I want the community to understand that most people that were put in this position, and this position is one that needed to stick to science, but also was arbitrating the contradictory yearnings of our spirit, right? The contradictory yearnings of the people of this state for both maximal freedom and maximal safety at the same time. And somehow you're supposed to arbitrate that with an amount of scrutiny that was unprecedented. It's a little bit like if football was a matter of life and death, how much Monday morning quarterbacking there would be, and add to that, usually threats and vitriol, and most people in Vaughn's position couldn't, understandably, couldn't see it all the way through. But Vaughn did. Vaughn led us. To me, she translated her faith into a calmness, being a rock in a storm, responding with grace to people's amped up rhetoric or amped up feelings, and making the department understand that they were valued. Right? These are divisions that, in the public's eye, sort of vacillate between being things that are good but don't, affect somebody else, to being things that are life and death for people. And I will never forget the leadership that you showed. I will refuse to believe that you are no longer part of the county family. So you're still part of the county family as far as I'm concerned. And I am enormously relieved that you're staying in the community. that we will see you again, Vaughn.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Vaughn, thank you for sparring with me and with my constituents. I appreciated the professionalness that you brought to the table. I appreciate your service to our community, and on a personal level, I've always appreciated your faith and what that brings to your service to our residents. So thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, thank you, Vaughn. I can't think outside of Dr. Ansorg, anybody that's had to deal, even more so than us during the pandemic, of people's really mostly their fear and then how they express that fear. And I went to Mona one time. I was like, why is Vaughn so chill? Like, I would be, pulling my hair out and freaking out and probably yelling back at people. So that calm in the storm, having you and Greg actually at the press conferences was a blessing that I wasn't the chair at the time, because I know my mouth would have got me in trouble. So it was always nice. And what I tried to explain to people, and I still do looking back, is we're making the best decisions with the information that was available at that time. And that's what people forget about. And you talked about Monday morning quarterbacking. It's always easy to look back and say, well, why didn't you do X or Y or Z? But dealing with that information you have at the time in an ever-changing world, it was the science, nobody's been through this before. And so just the grace that you had in moving us forward and being the face of it was, you were at the right person at the right time. So thank you, and wish you all the best. Enjoy your time.
CEO Miyasato.
So Vaughn, we've had several goodbyes already, but I can't say anything more profound than what's been said today. And I do appreciate you recognizing Terry Mazanisic, because you two were glued to the hip for a long period of time. So you saw each other more than you saw your families, and you saw your executive team more than you saw your family. And I said to Vaughn, the silver lining in all of this is that I think I can actually hang out more with Vaughn and be friends, since we won't have a professional relationship issue, and I'm looking forward to that. So good luck to you, Vaughn. I'm going to miss you. I appreciate all your work. On behalf of all the department heads, we said our goodbyes to Vaughn a couple of weeks ago. So thank you.
Wishing you all the best. Madam Clerk, turning to general public comment, it's time for people who want to comment on items not on today's agenda. Do we have any public speakers?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have 3 requests to speak, all here in Santa Barbara, and we will begin with Mr. Scott Wenz.
Chair, members of the board, Scott Wenz, representing myself. This will be the repetitive comment that I've made before. We ought to take a videotape of it. I'm looking forward to the date that the CEO's office sends me an email showing a drone with a flotation device attached to it. I was a WSIT in the Army. I taught people how to respond to emergencies. I've unfortunately had to pull people out of the water and do other things. I can't tell you how much I really hope that the county will start putting money aside for the lifeguard program along the coastline. You've got to do it. LA County's been using this for years now, and it's been a godsend to them. They have a couple of main offices along the beaches. They have the flotation devices and other devices that can be flown out to people that need them. And so I would really, really hope that the county would get around to that, and I can't wait to get that email. All I need is to get a drone picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mr. Andy Caldwell.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. A couple of weeks ago, you had a report on the pension. And I'll be the first to admit, I was absolutely astounded that it hit 90%. I never thought I'd ever see that day. So there truly, congratulations was in order for the people, making those investments. However, one of the things that caught us off guard is the fact that you look at it at 90%, and then they had retrospect snapshots of this saying, hey, it pretty much hit 10% or 7% or 8% all the way through. Well, on paper, it looked that way, but we would actually consider that an accounting gimmick because, and you all know this, you hit a 40% hole after the 2008 crisis, and you've had to pump in hundreds of millions of dollars, not tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and you're not done yet. That 2008 crisis put you in a 20-year hole. And that wasn't in the report. I mean, charts kind of showed it, but the narrative didn't show it. And to look at this thing and say, hey, we're at 90%, it's sustainable. No, it wasn't. There is absolutely not one single problem the county has right now, including maintenance deficits and improvements you wish you could make, that you would have been able to afford it had it not been for those hundreds of millions of dollars. And we'd like, next time you do a report, we'd like you to list how many hundreds of millions of dollars you had to put into the system from 2008 until 2028 because the system was not sustainable. And the other thing that always bothers us is, I agree, SEIU is not overpaid, okay? They're not overpaid for what they do. But they not only get a county pension, they get Social Security. And so when you hear this report that shows that the average pension is, $30,000, it doesn't include the Social Security that's on top of that. And for the life of me, I've never known why they get both. Because you are paying the employer share of that Social Security, just like you're paying the employer share of the pension. And again, that's never in the picture. So congratulations for the 90%. Never thought I'd see that day, but it was not sustainable. It still is not sustainable, and I'm afraid we're going to find out in the near future how unsustainable it is. Thank you.
And we will go to our last speaker, Mr. Daryl Sheck.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. I'll reserve my comments on retirement for another time. I've got other more pressing issues to deal with. However, I do disagree with the comments that Mr. Caldwell's made. My name's Daryl Sheck, Executive Director for SEIU Local 620. I'm here today to speak to you today, not because I want to be here, but because I need to be here to address a serious issue affecting those that we represent. Local 620 represents a number of county employees who work for the Sheriff's Department, and some of those that we represent work in county correctional facilities, such as the North County Jail. Staffing up the new jail has had its cost. One of those costs is the staffing levels at the main jail in Santa Barbara County. We represent the lowest paid full-time employees at the jail, some who barely make more than local burger joints. These are good people who make low wages and provide stellar services to maintain the jail and provide for the needs of inmates and other staff. They're utility workers. We also represent Sheriff's Service Technicians, or SSTs, who are both in the jail and until recently in the field, in addition to representing administrative office professionals. The recent chronic level of understaffing of custody deputies at the jail is impacting our members severely. They're being called on more often to do tasks that were formerly the domain of custody deputies. These are duties that are inherently dangerous for deputies, much less utility workers who have no training in self-defense and no way to defend themselves, as they do not carry mace or tasers. This is an accident waiting to happen. SSTs are also being pulled out of the field where many of them belong to plug the gap of insufficient jail staffing and also mandated to be on the least desirable shifts. Our SSTs may indeed be the salt of the operation. But today I'm here to provide the vinegar to the salt so that things will get better at the jail. Main jail operations only work when there's one large synchronous team of custody deputies, SSTs, utility workers, and AOPs with a wide variety of different job responsibilities working together. If any one position is understaffed, it causes severe strain on not only those working in the jail, but it also delays intake and release of inmates. We've spoken to Human Resources and Sheriff's Management about this problem, but so far little progress. We urge you to take action now to prevent a catastrophe from happening in the jail before we're forced to take additional actions to protect our members from what appears to be a wholly unsafe work environment. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We also have concerns about training and provisioning of equipment and uniforms. We're concerned about the potential for retaliation, expect the county to help resolve the issue rather than piling more work on our members' backs, work for which they're not trained and not paid to do. We do have reason for optimism. We hope the newly hired HR manager and upcoming recruitments will be successful. We will continue to work with county HR and the sheriff's management to rectify the situation. And thank you for your time today. We hope you take this issue seriously and act to improve the situation before it ends up costing the county much more money and people getting hurt. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Turning then to departmental item number 1, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Consumer Price Index adjustment of the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 library special tax rate for County Service Area CSA number 3 in Greater Goleta.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning.
My name is Ryder Bailey. I'm the CFO of Community Services. Our director, George Chapchin, is available by Zoom. I'd like to introduce one of our 2 fiscal dream teamers, Nancy Valdovinos. Her, alongside her supervisor, Stephen Fung, manage housing's finances, tens of millions of dollars of grants. So these 2 do a ton. And also always see yes when we're looking to do more help. So Nancy supported me in this assessment and the next one you'll see. So I'd like to turn it over to her. Nancy.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the Board of Supervisors. Today, you will be receiving a brief presentation on the CSA 3 Library Measure L Special Tax Levies for fiscal year 22-23. The Community Services Department annually coordinates changes to CSA 3 Special Library Tax Levy by Los Angeles CPI. Measure L was a board-approved measure in 1990 for library services delivery in the Goleta Valley. For the fiscal year 22-23, with the adoption of this resolution, parcels within CSA 3 will be increased by 3.8%, the Los Angeles CPI for the calendar year 2021. Per its resolution, this increase will result in a total assessment of approximately $222,000 and $8,000 increase from prior year assessments. Next slide. Staff recommendation are as follows. Adopt a resolution that confirms the report and adjusts the fiscal year 22-23 library special tax rate in CSA 3 by 3.8% and determine that the adoption of the resolution is not subject to CEQA. This concludes my presentation. Staff would be happy to answer any questions.
Do any board members have questions? Do we have any members of the public who would like to speak?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have one request to speak on Zoom. We will now go to Ms. Connie Alexander. Ms. Alexander, you are muted.
Thank you. I think that I'm on for the wrong number right now. I think I'm supposed to be on later on the equity fund. That's the one I was going to ask about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other requests to speak, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, there are no additional requests to speak on this item.
Okay, assuming there are no other board questions, may I have a motion for staff's recommendation and a second?
Move the staff recommendation.
I will second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Turning to item number 2, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 special tax levy for the County of Santa Barbara Community Facilities District number 2002-1 Orchid Community Plan, and for the County of Santa Barbara Community Facilities District number 2004-1 Providence Landing.
Mr. Bailey?
Good morning again. Thank you for your time this morning. I will again kick this presentation over to Nancy regarding our 2 CFDs in the county.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the Board of Supervisors. Today you will be receiving a brief presentation on the Orchid and Providence Landing Community Facilities District special tax levies for the fiscal year 22-23. The Community Services Department annually coordinates changes to the special tax levy for both of the community facilities districts. Orchid CFD provides funding for sheriff, parks, fire, and flood services within the CFD. The assessment was unanimously adopted by the board in July 2003 as a condition of development, aimed to mitigate the fiscal impacts of the general fund. Per CFD's original resolution, the special tax is to be adjusted annually by the greater of 2% or the Los Angeles CPI, which was 6.57%. With the adoption of the resolution, parcels within CFD will be increased by 6.57%. Next slide. Providence Landing assessment was approved by the board in January 2005 and maintains a 12-acre community park. Within the adoption of this resolution, parcels within Providence Landing will remain at 672 per parcel, the same assessment as the prior year. Providence Landing has a balanced budget and adequate fund balance. As such, there is no need to increase the levy at this time. Staff recommendations are as follows. Receive the administrative report summarizing the proposed fiscal year 22-23 special tax levies, and adopt resolutions levying the special taxes, and certify the list of all parcels subject to the special tax levy, including the amount of tax to be levied on each parcel, and direct the clerk of the board to file a certified list with the county auditor controllers. And determine that the levying of the fiscal year 22-23 Orchid and Providence Landing CFD special taxes are not subject to CEQA. This concludes my presentation. Staff would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do board members have any questions? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. No questions, I accept some comments, if it's okay. The Orchid Community Facilities District tax has been something that has always given me heartburn. It's a unique relic of something that was started 20 years ago. This will be the 20th year of the Orchid CFD. This is pre-fire tax shift, and I think it's probably appropriate at some point now, this being the 20th year, to take a look back and see if it is doing what it wanted to accomplish 20 years ago. Orchid is a growing community. It has a lot of community needs. I've been talking about the library. We don't have a community center. There's no recreation and parks department for the Orchid community. So there's a lot of things that community desires so that it can be an urban area. And currently the new development and the CFD is being taxed to additionally fund departments that typically serve other unincorporated areas just generally. And so I'm okay with moving forward at this point with what's proposed, but I would like to direct staff to come back with some type of reevaluation or relook at the CFD so that we can determine whether it still fits, whether it needs to go away or it needs to be enhanced or maybe reorganized. I think that it's probably about time, about 20 years in to do that. And so I like to get support from the board to move forward with that, whether that's my office working with CFD staff and the CO's office, or whatever that might look like. I'd appreciate that opportunity.
Supervisor Nelson, were we going to have a special presentation at some point about ORCID?
Yeah, we were looking at trying to do that last year. First year chairmanship slowed me down a little bit, and we've been taking a different strategy at try to accomplish these things, but I think at this point I'd like to just take a crack at this specifically, as well as some of the other efforts that we're making.
So in other words, you would like to focus on this issue singly?
I would, thank you.
Any other comments by the board? So is there any public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
So Supervisor Nelson, would you like to make a motion
Yeah.
that we approve A through F with
I would like to make a motion, yes, that we approve items A through F of Department Item number 2, and then direct staff at CO's office and the CFD or CSD to work at reevaluating the ORCID CFD.
CEO Miyasato?
Supervisors, just to make sure we're absolutely clear, a couple of things. One is there a time frame, Supervisor Nelson, number one, and number two, I guess I'd like a little more clarity on the purpose, because we could reevaluate the CFD, but we may come back with the same thing unless we have clearly what you're trying to get at. So I think you're trying to get at whether the CFD can support the things that you just talked about.
Correct. You know, it's the only, again, these are the only residents in our county that pay twice for fire, pay twice for sheriff, without receiving any additional services. And so it's something I've always challenged, that why does that make sense? That seems to be an extra burden. I'm not saying that needs to go away. I think it'd be more appropriate to bring along the services for those people who are paying those taxes. And so I think there's an ability to do that. So I think reevaluating what are the services needs in the ORCID community, and how these funds going towards meeting those needs.
So Supervisor, that's clear, a couple of things, and I think, I don't want to get into the analysis. We can, but I just want to be clear is, you know, as the tax collector always says, taxes aren't fair, and this was created at a time, you're right, to support the development. And so I guess what you're asking is, if we look at what the CFD is paying for, which the department has done, if you say what can be done to the CFD to increase the services, we can do that.
Taxes don't have to be fair, but this is the body who decides how we distribute them. And so that's where I'm asking for us to evaluate the process to make sure that the way that we're doing it is still appropriate 20 years later. Again, this is, you know, pre-fire tax shift, so the largest percentage of the ORCID CFD goes to fire. So is that still appropriate? Again, I've asked the Sheriff's Office for 10 years, can they show additional services being provided by the Melrose District for the amount paid? They cannot. Actually, ORCID is an underserved community in the unincorporated part of our county. So I think it's well past time to take a second look at that. And I think there's a lot of ways of doing that. There's hiring a consultant. There's meeting with some of the different departments. How can we provide additional services with some of these funds? If they can't do that with sheriff's services, can that be reallocated to community services districts for a library? Can we look at adding different additional parks and recreational opportunities? There's lots of additional amenities that most communities have. ORCID does not. This is a special tax on ORCID residents that's unique and should go towards extra services for the community of ORCID. So that's what I'm after. I don't know, I know you're looking for specifics. I want to be broad because I want to have flexibility. I don't want to pigeonhole staff or my colleagues into a preconceived decision. And so that's why I want to create that opportunity in that discussion.
So Supervisors, I can ask CSD if that's clear, and then we can bring something back in time for a budget, because I think this kind of actually plays into the larger discussion, which would have been helpful, in which we can still figure out when to do that on the larger issue about how to fund services for ORCID. So CSD, any questions or comments?
Just a couple comments, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. It was the last financial impact full study was done in 2007, so it has been 15 years. We can take back, and we can go back and we can refresh that study with the consultant. It is reviewed annually based on service ratios, so our consultants do look at the rate every year. there's a projected net NFI to the general fund, which you know, of about 2.3 million at full build out. So we can look at all these things. As far as services that it provides within the CFD, it's pretty clear through the establishment what it could provide. I would probably look to a legal team or the CEO if we could expand or change what services are provided with that CFD. I'm not aware of how that's done, but whether it could be done. But I think it's pretty clear where you're going. We could take a closer look. It's been a little while, and if any other services could be looped into that CFD. One quick thing to add as well. The CFD is not taxed at the maximum assessment. It's about 28% below that. So there's room for an increase there. It may not be what you're looking for, but there is a little bit of room there under the cap.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Madam
Oh,
Chair.
sorry,
That's okay.
County
Madam
Council.
Chair, members of the board, I did want to mention there are options under the law that we could make some changes, including potentially eliminate a service that's identified, but there's a process for that. So just, staying within what we're agendized for today, my recommendation would be just to direct staff to come back with all of the information that they have, as well as maybe future options that you could consider. And then I think we need to do it in 2 steps, just because we don't have all of that information before the board today.
So would you recommend that we change the motion and not include, we just give this direction separate?
You can include it in the motion to direct staff to come back with an overview and information and some options.
And that's what the
then-
motion did?
Yes.
Okay, right, thank you. Supervisor Williams,
Yeah, I just wanted to say, this phenomena is new to me, so I don't feel ready to pronounce a change in policy, but I do think that it's reasonable to ask for an analysis in the future. So, I hope we would go forward with staff recommendation today, but that either internally or externally make sure that we get an analysis on what kind of services and costs there are.
so we had a motion, did we have a second yet?
I think so.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, turning to departmental item number 3.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a status report on criminal justice partners' improvement efforts, an MW consulting report on Santa Barbara County criminal justice overview and jail projections.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm going to actually ask some of our consultants come to the front table, if they wouldn't mind. And I'm going to kick this off. So supervisors, today we have basically 3 parts of our presentation. This is our regular status report on our criminal justice efforts. And with me today, we have retired Judge Cheryl Ellsworth, who's been a consultant with us for almost a year. And as you know, Judge Ellsworth was on the Riverside Superior Court for over 18 years, and that included being the presiding judge. And she's held many statewide assignments through the Judicial Council, and we're happy to have her working with us and helping move our efforts forward. So she is here today. We also have Michael Wilson, and Michael is a researcher who's been working in this field for many years. We came to Michael because he worked with the Pew Foundation, and you know that we did a lot of work with them. He has worked in multiple states and counties, and he works with counties to conduct cost analysis of justice reinvestment strategies, and has created jail and prison projection models as part of the Justice Reinvestment Initiative. And Michael has performed a forecast for us, which was at your board's request, and he's going to go over his findings. And lastly, today we have with us Nicole Parmalee on Zoom. And Nicole is a CEO analyst, and she is helping coordinate all the work with the criminal justice departments. And I'm trying to forward this. I'm not sure where I turn this. Oh, can you just, thank you, Michael. So as we said, the last time we gave an update to you was in March 2022. In fall 2021, your board also discussed potential changes to the main jail, given the declining inmate population, and that's when we started to engage Michael on the forecast that he's going to present today. So again, today we're going to give you an update on the criminal justice system as part of our regular update to you. Michael Wilson will give his findings of his jail projection population report, and then Judge Ellsworth will talk about options for implementation and actions. And also we have all our criminal justice partners either online or here in the room with us today. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Nicole. Nicole, are you available on Zoom?
Yes, thank you, Mona. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. So first up on our list of issues, we have our top priority issue, which continues to be access to incarcerated clients. Several improvements have already been implemented, but overall this area remains a challenge with pain points that involve adoption of new technology solutions with the opening of the North Branch Jail, for example. As a complicating factor, the repeated COVID outbreaks at the jail have hindered access for attorneys and others. Going forward, the justice partners are committed to meeting regularly to first remedy the short-term and most pressing issues, but also to work toward addressing the long-term needs for dependable and reliable access protocols. Next slide, please. Resolving aged cases. This issue, which initially pertained to a specific list of aged cases, we will now be combining with the larger case backlog issue and moving this up on the priority list due to the ongoing impacts of the current backlog situation. During June budget hearings, your board approved ARPA funding for 2 attorneys each in the DA and PD offices to help work through the backlog. Those positions were effective July 1, and the recruitments are currently in progress. Additionally, coordination efforts between departments are already underway, and the next CJP report will include a specific progress update as outlined in the backlog plan, and that will include figures like average caseload per attorney, total open cases compared to pre-pandemic levels, and other related metrics to assess the progress. Next slide, please. For discovery, departments are collaborating on an RFP for a DEMS or other technology solution, which they're planning to release next month. Also, funding was included in the new budget for legal office professionals in the DA and PD's discovery units to help respond to rapidly increasing digital discovery, including the launch of body-worn cameras by the Sheriff's Office, which is currently underway. The departments will be reporting agreed upon outcome metrics for these LOP positions. And based on that information, we will consider the need for release of the additional set aside funding as the fiscal year progresses. Next slide. The justice partners worked together to create a successful MDT, and the CCP allocated new funding for a reentry coordinator to oversee case planning. Recruitment will begin soon with a hiring target of this fall. And moving forward after the position is hired, we will monitor the effectiveness of this early intervention strategy that provides an off-ramp from the jail system and determine any future needs or what other changes may need to occur. Next slide, please. For the Shared Alternative Sentencing Program, departments recently finalized an MOU to begin collaboratively monitoring eligible individuals serving their court-ordered commitments through electronic monitoring rather than jail time. As of July 1, probation is taking over the supervision component, while the Sheriff's Office will continue to process all program applications, finalize eligibility, and book or rehouse individuals prior to supervision. Other program improvements are also being incorporated, and we will continue to review for further efficiencies and expansion opportunities later this fall once the current transition is fully underway. Next slide. The pretrial release program has grown rapidly to nearly 600 clients, as you heard earlier this morning, and 2 new pretrial supervision positions were just funded through the CCP to augment probation's existing resources. The department recently split pretrial supervision into 2 units, one each in North and South County, to better manage the program expansion. And the assessment unit continues to help assess clients for release as part of various pilot initiatives underway. With the program successfully functioning and expanded, the department will continue to evaluate what's working well and what future expansion may occur. Next slide. For data dashboard, there are really no major changes since the last update due to other pressing issues, including the case backlog and jail access priorities. But as time allows, the departments will reconvene to discuss what further improvements can be made and would welcome any feedback from your board on the existing framework to make sure it is meeting the identified needs. So perhaps any additional data points that you might like to see included in the future, for example. And the existing framework is presented in more detail on the CJI tracker attachment to this board item. Next slide, please. Holistic defense. This is really a model program that has a direct impact on recidivism and the jail population. It's an early intervention that looks at the totality of a person's circumstances to best meet their needs. And you can see here some of the program statistics from the first half of fiscal year 21-22, which really showcases how well the program is working. And now a public defender is working on the ability to provide much more timely reporting, which can be done through automation and leveraging Power BI. So those statistics will soon be available on a much quicker turnaround, starting hopefully before our next update. And then moving forward, Public Defender will be working with probation to meet the board priority of expanding their data set to include recidivism statistics that have previously been harder to capture. Next slide, please. And finally, diversion. To differentiate this from justice system off-ramps or intervention programs like those mentioned earlier, true felony diversion is a pre-filing opportunity to fully divert someone from the justice system. And due to funding delays, this program is not yet in place. However, an exciting update is that the district attorney recently launched the Neighborhood Restorative Justice Program to address lower level crime in the community. And so far, they've already received at least 23 referrals, of which several cases have already been completed or are underway within just a few weeks. And with that, I'll hand it over to Michael Wilson to present the jail projections report. And then following his presentation, Judge Ellsworth will help frame some of that information in terms of implementation and looking at some of what the county is already working on.
Mike, hold on, so make sure we turn your mic on. There you go.
There we go. Thank you. And I was invited to look at your data in the county, to look at long-term criminal justice trends, to see what was happening, to dive into the jail and probation data, and to project what the jail population would look like over the long term. And so part of what I've done is put that all together in a report, which I think all of you have access to this morning. I am just going to summarize that at a very high level. And so looking at general criminal justice trends, you can see that the probation population in Santa Barbara County was relatively flat through about 2017 or so. Starting in around 2017, that population began to decline up until AB 1950 passed in 2021, and then you can see a steep decline in the probation population. And it's leveled off around about 2,200 people down, well over half of what it was at its peak. So we've seen declining probation population, and you can see similarly with the jail population, not to the same degree, but there's been a relatively flat but slow decline in the jail population as well over the last decade, from around 1,100 to 1,200 in the early part of the decade, dropping down to right around 1,000 individuals in jail prior to the pandemic. And so you can see, and I think we all know this, that during the pandemic, that jail population fell pretty dramatically from right around 1,000 individuals to roughly 6. It got as low as 600, and then was flat between 600-700 for most of that of 2021 until near the end of 2021, when there were some policy changes that were made, practice changes that were made, that resulted in that blip up you see at the end of another 100 beds to right around 800 beds or so in the jail being used at one given point in time. Most of that reduction is a result of decreases in the number of individuals who are being booked in the jail. The length of stay actually during that time was slightly increasing, but bookings were falling at a much faster rate, meaning the jail population overall was falling over this point in time. So that's a very quick overview. Again, a lot more detail in the report. I wanted to then move into the jail projections and then looking at policy options that potentially could be used to impact that jail population. So the first thing I wanted to start with is that these jail projections aren't meant to be a thermometer, right? I think sometimes we think of the jail population as a thermometer. I'm down from the Sacramento area, and yesterday was, I think, 104, so it was really nice to be down here and a high of under 70, I think. But sometimes you think of it as a thermometer, and you're just waiting, watching it rise, and figuring out, well, how can I cool off here? The jail population projections that I've put here are based on historical information. They're looking at who has been in jail historically, and if those trends continued. It also takes into account the demographic changes in the county and what those demographic changes are expected to look like in the coming decade. All of that's incorporated into this long-term projection. On top of that, I also made an assumption about would we return to pre-pandemic levels, and if so, when would that happen? And so this projects over the next 3 years an expectation that we begin to return to pre-pandemic levels. And then the last piece you see in here is these little blips every year, and those are based on the jail population being cyclical. In November, December, January, you typically have about 5% fewer people in the jail, and then it ramps back up. So that's what you're seeing here. You're seeing the blue line, which is looking at what we expect the jail population to be in the future, given what we've seen in the past, given demographic forecasts of the future. So you can see if nothing is changed, we follow those trends, we would see around 800 to 900 fluctuating, but around 800 to 900 people in the jail over the rest of this decade. So before I wanted to dive into the policy options, it's really important to have some idea of who is in the jail. You may pull a lever, and that lever has no impact because there are very few people in the jail of that makeup. So this is a quick summary of really hundreds of thousands of records that were looked at over this time period. And what I've tried to convey here is that people who are in jail are in there for a complex set of reasons. You have people who with sometimes extensive criminal histories. You have people who have arrest warrants, they've failed to appear, they have probation violations. And what I tried to do here is break that out. And so often we think of the people that come into jail as someone who breaks into a car, gets arrested, they spend some time in jail, and then are released. That sort of simple way that someone comes through the jail makes up about 10%, that blue pie on the bottom, that makes up about 10% of the jail population. The other 90% are people who have other things going on. Maybe they have a new arrest for breaking into that car, but they also have an outstanding warrant or they're on probation. And so you can see here about almost 3/5 of the jail population were booked in. They had a new arrest, and about 2/5 didn't. So those 2/5 that didn't had an outstanding warrant. They were already on probation. They're being booked for sentencing, something like that. So what I'm trying to get at here is it's complex how people enter jail, and there's a lot of different reasons that bring them in. And so this was part of what informed the policy options moving forward. Who's in jail? How many beds are they taking up? Are there ways to change that population, focusing on people that don't have extensive criminal histories, focusing on people who haven't committed some of the more serious violent offenses? So with that in mind, there are 5 policy options that I examined that are laid out again in more detail in the report. The first is looking at diversion for certain individuals, and these are for individuals with less serious offenses, so removing domestic violence, removing DUI offenses and other person offenses, and then also removing those who have probation or parole violations. So the idea here is to look at individuals that, again, that don't have the most serious offenses and don't have a long, extensive criminal history. And this was a fairly modest reduction, I think. It was up to a 17-bed impact from diverting these lower level offenses and these individuals without long criminal histories. This is one that's already being done in some other counties within the state. They were targeting a 10% reduction in felon or 10% diversion rate for felony charges, and this is well below that here for Santa Barbara County. The next policy option, it has a much larger impact, looking at individuals who have a warrant and maybe arrested for other things, but looking at reducing that length of stay to around 3 days for these individuals. Again, removing those with DUI, those with person offenses, also if someone's already on supervision and they also have a warrant, we're not looking at those individuals. So if we pull that policy lever, we could expect to up to a 64-bed reduction from that one. The third, you've already heard about this, an expansion of electronic monitoring as probation has taken that supervision over just the start of this month. We wanted to look at and say, well, what would happen if we could, again, looking at those with lower criminal histories, with 1 or fewer prior bookings, removing some of those more serious offenses, what sort of impact could we have getting people out of the jail and onto electronic monitoring quickly? And again, this one has a fairly large impact of up to 70 beds. The fourth policy option is to look at if we could reduce the rate at which people who are on probation are booked into the jail, we could have a fairly substantial impact. And what I estimated here was a 15% reduction. And we know that probation was one of the first, actually the first county in the state to work with Pew and the Results First initiative, which was looking at evidence-based programs. So probation has a history of getting their clients through effective programs. But if we're able to continue that and to expand that in a way that we can reduce recidivism even further, actually I shouldn't use the term recidivism, reduce the return to jail by 15%. There are a number of these individuals taking up jail beds. We could have a substantial impact on the population of up to over 60 beds in this example, or in the way this is modeled. And then finally, the last policy lever is looking at a reduction in the time that people stay in jail before they're transferred to CDCR in the state hospital. And prior to COVID, this was taking around 220 days on average, and the estimate here is if we reduce that to 6 months. During COVID, that number really ballooned, in part because CDCR wasn't allowing individuals to be transferred in. It was up to over 10 months for individuals to transfer to CDCR. The county's also doing some on this already. That I think many of you probably know the sheriff's office is working with their JBST to get individuals restored to competency more quickly, and that's having an impact already as well. So those are the policy options. If we were to put all those together, you can see that's a substantial impact on the jail population. And so that reduces what was that gray line down to the blue line with those policy changes. And that's a roughly 200 beds, slightly more than 200 bed reduction in the jail population if all of these levers were pulled in the way that we've described here this morning. So finally, I wanted to just touch on some of the risks to projections. As you all know, the projections are only as good as the assumptions that are made to create those projections. And a lot of assumptions go in, and jail populations are transitory. People, on average, are staying just for a few days.
SSE is not really our call for the board of supervisors. It's anybody asks any tough question.
All right. Okay. So there are.
Don't worry, we'll ask some tough questions later.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully no tough questions. So there are some risks, and there's some upward risks on these projections. One of those is the new North County jail and the rate at which lower level offenses are booked there. Currently, not currently, when the study was done or completed, a couple of months back when the North jail wasn't open, you saw lower booking rates for misdemeanors in Santa Maria than you saw in Santa Barbara. And so this is looking at what if they start booking the same way as Santa Barbara. We would expect to see around a 27-bed increase for them using beds for those lower level offenses. Also looking at crime rates. Crime rates have been increasing in the last couple of years. Historically, there hasn't been a strong relationship between crime rates and the jail population, but I wanted to list that as a risk. If we do see crime rates continuing, there could be an upward risk on the jail population. Downward risks, probation caseloads have dropped substantially, and as I showed earlier, probationers are making up a fairly large population of or percentage of the jail population. As the number of people on probation falls from AB 1950, we would expect fewer of those individuals who are on probation to be in the jail. Also, expansion of pretrial services, which you've heard, up to 500 to 600 people are now being supervised by pretrial. In the past, those numbers were much, much lower. That use of pretrial services to get people out of jail more quickly, again, is a downward risk that those projections might be a little bit overstated the way they currently are. And then finally, looking at the uncertainty of the pandemic, again, I think with some humility, we don't really know what the future holds. And so this is based on, assuming things are going to be returning sort of those pre-pandemic levels at some point in the next 3 years or so. Again, there's a lot of uncertainty around that as well. So finally, to summarize, probation population, the general criminal justice populations have been declining in the county the past decade. Probation population is down sharply since 2017. The jail population declined slightly from 2011 through 2019 and then really fell during the pandemic. The jail population started to increase at the end of 2021, in part because of policy and practice changes here in the county. And then those projections are projected to be between 800 and 900 beds in the coming decade. And then finally, there are options to move that thermostat, not just think of it as a thermometer. And those options are listed here with an expectation of avoiding up to 200 jail beds.
Supervisors, and we have Judge Ellsworth's presentation, just kind of wrap up and talk about what these mean, and if you'd mind holding your questions, and we can get through that first. Judge Ellsworth?
Madam Chair and esteemed board members, I'm so happy to be here in person. I've been the face in the box a lot of times, and this feels really good. These policy levers that we're talking about, or what we've been saying, are initiatives or goals. And so it's been very interesting to us to be able to pair together what we're already doing, what we can do a better job of, and some things to explore. So many of these levers require careful planning. They may involve a program and or funding. And some of these policy levers we're already working on, in fact, most of them. Many of them have the opportunity for us to take a look at those beds in the jail, not just as numbers, but making sure that we have the right people in jail. So as we are going about our trajectory about reduction, it is a reduction based on not that number of beds at the end of the day, but those clients and individuals that may be served without staying in the jail for the periods, and others that should be in jail, and they should be where they are at that point. I think the partners agree generally that in concept, this is very good information and it can help us to be well informed, but we want to take our time with it, and we don't want to change anything in a rapid pace that would dilute the things that we're already doing. It shows you a little bit of what we are doing and how well, if we took the template of what Mike has just showed you, it shows you where we have been working on these very same things. In the corresponding policy levers, it kind of shows you where each of these has a tap into what we're being informed today, and we've been working on it for several months and with a lot of positive forward motion. This is but we're doing other things as well. I think that early representation is key and has a real direct link to the ability to get to clients, have access to clients from a defense attorney's perspective, and have that communication and have that front loading that intervention at an earlier time. That will reflect well on the things we've learned this morning from Mike's report, but it also takes those individuals that should not be in jail, out of jail, and down that off-ramp that they belong on. I hear each of you are so supportive of co-response, and we are too. They're doing phenomenal things. Again, a wonderful off-ramp from the individual that may need some mental health work out of those jails and on the street, being able to supply that response team that is making a huge difference. I have to say that misdemeanor courts is a coup. It's a great thing that has happened. I know the district attorney's office and the public defender's office has worked for a very, very long time to work with the court to get them to dedicate some misdemeanor courts. The court has done that, one in North County, one in South County, and all reports are that they're doing very, very well and doing just like the DA and the PD indicated they would. Put us in a room, we'll put our best folks in, and we can resolve cases. Policy, some of these policies are easily addressed, and I want to focus on two of them. That expanded use of electronic monitoring. We've just done something in this county that is quite profound. There's an MOU between probation and the sheriff where they will do a joint alternative sentencing opportunity for a certain class of individuals. And as that expands, because the MOU and the involvement is just beginning, we want to ask some other questions. Who gets referred? How long does it take for that referral to come forward? How can we expand this population without diluting the intent to be able to supervise well these individuals? Policy lever number 5 is that reduction of stay. I think Mike told you that those months are going down. And so for felonies, the ISTs, we need to increase a jail-based competency program, and we're working on that. The other thing that I believe we have to flip kind of the context and also real-life boots on the ground, which we're all about, is no more of those continuances. When you have individuals that should be going to state prison, we don't need to culturally extend that through continuances because of events in the life of the individual that has already been either tried and sentenced or resolved and sentenced. It's time to clamp up on that and work together and have judges and DAs and defense attorneys say, this is your time, now you're going to go to state prison. That's what's been determined, as opposed to elongating that process and putting people in our system for too long when they belong other places. Policy, now these are some that are going to take a little analysis and consideration. That doesn't mean it's negative. We just don't want to be the Energizer Bunny or the cartoon that follows the squirrel on every tree. We want to be thorough and understanding. So the expanded diversions, we think that part of that is tucked up in off-ramps. Again, that the true diversion is very specifically defined, and we need to make sure that we can define what our diversion is and what our diversion options are and agree on those, and then bolster those programs that need to be. The felony program that has been discussed, I just got right now on the phone that some of the funding issues that the DA was relying on have now broken down. So we've got to reconfirm where we are what's happening with that, get a hold of the district attorney who wants to do this program and be able to create that or use the funding elsewhere that we might be able to support or help. So level 2, reduce time for those booked with warrant. Again, this has to be a commitment from the court, which has been committing to a lot of things with us lately, things that we should be very proud of. We are continuing to review how many warrants are out there. What do those warrants look like? Are those a lot of warrants that during the pandemic are FTAs, failures to appear, and each time they get a new date, they get pulled in and just have this catalog of cases that need to be in front of a judge, a DA, and a public defender that want to do something about this case and resolve it. That's what we're working for, but that takes time, and we want everybody to be on the same page. And reduce jail reincarceration for probationers, excuse me. a number of internal policies and projects within the probation is working on this. So our future goals, I mean, these are lofty ones, and you have the written space on there, but these are things we're doing all the time, by little fires that we put out to big programs that we're looking into, and making that turn kind of a little bit along. I used to have a sports car, and until I got a new car, I realized that the old sports car, that turning mechanism, that automatic turn was not so easy to make. I had to put everything into it and then finally get it to turn. So we want to create access plans. This is one of our key things, is that if we are going to start at the beginning, we start with access to clients, access early on, discovery, all of these things being exchanged at the earliest times, and having that opportunity to front load or to do this ahead of time, rather than wait till it all gets conflated and bloated and sometimes forgot at the end of the line. We want to front load, we want to come in and make sure that there is adequate time, a very specific time, where attorneys get to see their clients, probation gets to see their clients. They can rely on it and rely on it, and it is stable. We're working very hard on the case backlog already. It's been kind of sucked up in that old cases. We are continuing the efforts in all of these areas, which I've gone through a little bit for you previously in my remarks. We want a reduction of that jail population, but it can be achieved along with being well informed by Mike's report, along with the idea of we want that population to be the correct population. It's just not a number of beds that we're looking at, and it should inform our decision-making, meaning the board and our team of individuals that are working. Not all of our efforts will be easily quantified, in that we have to look at them and see, okay, if we expand alternative sentencing, how many beds will that be? Because we're getting the right people where they need to be. We should be able to, at the next update, give you further analysis of each of these, since we were in two different tracks and really were surprised at how much we are together in our selection of, we call them initiatives, he calls them levers, and I want to pull all of them and get it all done. So Jeanette, I'm supposed to introduce you. Where are you, Jeanette?
Jeanette is on Zoom, and so just for the last slide before we wrap up, there is some information we want to get back to the board since you directed us to do that. So Jeanette?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I will present the system-wide capacity of rated jail beds. As part of the 2011 application to the Board of State Community Corrections for the Northern Branch Jail, funding under the AB 900, the county committed to construct 344 new jail beds, resulting in a 1,034 rated bed system-wide. The county was awarded $80 million in AB 900 funding for the construction of the Northern Branch Jail. As a result of the possible reduction in the total number of beds within the existing main jail to the pending renovation project, the total number of system-wide beds will likely fall below the 1,034 figure identified in the application for AB 900. So we went to the state, and the state has clarified that AB 900 funding obligation is solely related to the 344 new beds at the Northern Branch Jail. The county is not required to maintain a fixed number of beds system-wide. The California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation has confirmed there's no system-wide requirement to maintain a fixed number of beds system-wide.
Thank you, Jeanette. Hand it back to Judge Ellsworth.
I would just say our recommended actions at this time are to receive and file a report on criminal justice improvement efforts, receive and file a report by MW Consulting on Santa Barbara County criminal justice overview and jail projections, provide any direction as appropriate, direct staff to return with a status report in 90 to 100 days, and determine this is non-sequa. We have here Public Defender's Office in person and probation in person, and others available. The DA is available on Zoom, and Sheriff as well, I believe.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I had a question for Mr. Wilson. There was, on one of the slides, you mentioned that crime rates and jail population are not connected. Was that, did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Could you expand on that a little bit? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's a little counterintuitive.
Sure. Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, so I'm an economist, and one of the terms we always use is ceteris paribus, which means holding all else equal.
Right.
And so if you hold all else equal, absolutely, more crime leads to more jail beds, or less crime leads to less jail beds. Everything is changing in the system. So crime typically isn't the most important factor in determining the number of people in jail. It's usually there's policing. So you have an uptick in crime, but if there's no resources for police, they aren't arresting those people who are committing the crime. If there's no resources for the prosecution's office, they're only prosecuting the most serious crimes. So there certainly are related, but there's a bunch of factors in between, judges' sentencing decisions, pretrial services that allow people to get out more quickly. So all of these other factors that you have, I don't say control over, but there's some control over depending on local funding and staffing. Those things typically have a larger impact on the jail population than crime going up and down.
Right, so these inefficiencies that lead to greater population, if those were resolved, then actually it would be more things would be equal and crime rate would more impact jail beds.
Sure, yeah, if everything else is steady, then more crime would mean more
Right,
jail
so
beds, absolutely.
these efforts towards efficiency would actually achieve that end goal of making sure that was more representative in those two numbers, or those two factors. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
One question that I think about when I think about these levers, is there any one of the levers that you could answer this question, or members of our justice partners could answer the question if they have an opinion on it. Is there levers that have, of these policy options, that have better outcomes in terms of rehabilitation and reduction of recidivism, in future times? Do we have an understanding of that from research or from experience?
Well, I think that I can easily say this, that from the beginning, excuse me, from the beginning of looking at the whole ecosystem, it became very clear that the very smallest pieces of these were the most important parts and that would do the most good, including just the idea that an attorney has access to their client. And that seems like a basic, easy unit, and that falls within these levers of everybody has to get this done in a matter of working together and also being able to rely on one another. So I think all of these levers are equally important, and they all mesh with our initiatives. Our best bang for our buck, if you will, is to look at those that are easily done and immediately go after those two levers, as I've indicated, and then get together and ask the hard questions, as our group does, with probation, with the DA, with the PD, with the sheriff, all of us getting together and figuring out which ones are of a smaller lift to get the biggest bang, to work on that, and then look at that longevity planning. So that's a long way of answering. I think that we need to keep the way we're steering, and now we have something to back it up that basically has said, if you do these things, if you have a robust diversion program that is being followed and identified and everybody agrees, then just like the question you just answered, those individuals will not be in the jail. They will be out of the jail system. So I basically think they're all pretty good, and we're all pursuing all of them. We're going to do the easiest ones first, with your permission, so that we can get that momentum, and then we're going to really talk about those other ones.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, there is research around individuals who they don't have a long criminal history, and if you can get them out of jail quickly, and that quickly is usually a day or two, then there are a lot of the criminogenic things that don't happen, like you don't lose your job, you don't lose your housing, and all these other things that take place after being incarcerated. So Yes, and that's why that was part of the goal in the policy levers that I laid out. A lot of these are geared towards people who have shorter criminal histories. They've only been booked one previous time and for nonviolent offenses. And so getting those people, diverting them all together or getting them out very quickly has longer term impacts on recidivism and other future outcomes.
Of course, the risks, to me, make it even more urgent that we implement this, right? I mean, you know, if crime rates are going up, then it's even more imperative that we not have beds occupied by people who would actually have better outcomes elsewhere, not have those beds occupied there and either have them not occupied at all so that we have less mandatory overtime, or occupied by somebody who belongs there.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to thank Judge Ellsworth and Mr. Wilson for your work. It's striking how independently you have come to these, you know, common strategies, levers, and policy implementation things, and also how our own criminal justice partners have been working, you know, independently in silos and often cases, you know, on similar things, because I think the data is driving the decisions, and it's just great to see this kind of collaboration.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Well, and I think I had a meeting with Mike beforehand, and what I was most concerned about, and he allayed my concerns, was that we've kind of established that the board majority would like the census number to be lower in the jail, and are we working that as an engineered back way to get to a number, or are we, as he confirmed to me, we're looking at data, and whatever that data tells us, I mean, it's wrong for us to sit up in here and point out a number and say, I want the jail population to be at 700, and we figure out how to get there. But what I was very pleased to hear is that, as he stated, is that we're going to look at the data. What does that tell us? And I was shocked. I'm one of those people that was like, that's not what I understood jail to be. I'm learning here too. So when you tell me that only 10% of the people are in there as what a normal person thinks what jail is all about, somebody commits a crime, they go to jail, they get out, they go back into the community. That's the way I've perceived it. And to find out that 90% of the people are in there with, which makes it even more difficult, is almost having to analyze every single person's, you know, you cannot generalize. Everybody's got a story, everybody's got their own set of facts. Makes this much more complicated. Kind of reminds me whenever we deal with something with HR with 4,500 employees and you try to touch one section of it and fix that, it's a spider web that then touches 1,000 other points. And so I'm glad that we're, you know, tackling this, because as Doss pointed out, it actually makes the community safer when you have the right people in jail and not the wrong people using up all the resources. So we just got to get our mind around what the data tells us, and being okay with saying, yes, somebody should serve a lesser sentence for a less, you know, we want to get those people in and out quicker, because in the long run, it's actually safer for the community. I don't think anybody's up here talking about, you know, people committing violent crime in the community. We all know that that's, and that's what we're trying to do, is take our precious resources and making sure that the people that are really the ones out there preying on others are the ones that are serving their time. So I continue to learn more about this. This whole thing's an education process, and really getting deeply into the numbers is the only way to really fix something that's been a problem for decades. So thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Yeah, so what I've just seen this as an efficiency study. I mean, plain and simple here. It's not about the soft on crime. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's making sure that we are balancing due process and a speedy trial, constitutional rights, at the same time, the safety of victims and the community, and ultimately trying to save us costs so that we can redeploy those resources elsewhere, make sure that we have the proper amount of district attorneys and deputies and public defenders to serve the entire justice system. So I'm really pleased with the work that you both have been doing, and thank you to the criminal justice partners for working so well together. I know you all have very separate missions, but at the end of the day, it's public safety for everyone, as well as protecting rights of all peoples, both people who are accused of committing crimes and victims. So I thank you.
Well, I'm heartened by your study. I wasn't sure how much reliability I would assign to it, and I think you laid it out. The question I have, I think, is for CEO Miyasato. How do we consider the results of this study as we think about the main jail and the renovations there?
So I think a couple of things. One is a lot of the recommendations, these policy levers, initiatives, as Judge Harold talked about, we're having these continued discussions with the communal justice partners. Those will be ongoing, and as you said, a lot of things we're doing. Does it affect the design of the main jail? You know, these are more operational issues, and I don't know how much it affects the design of the main jail, but Ms. Pell is on the call, and we'll be having those conversations as we go forward. They are still in the assessment process right now, just assessing the feasibility, viability of parts of the main jail. So that's happening now, and I think it's in the fall that they'll come back to the board with some ideas of concepts. So we're still very early on in that process, but I think this will inform not only the criminal justice partners, but also we'll be working with the sheriff and general services, and does it affect the design of the main jail? It's a good question.
And Sheriff Brown has his hand raised, and if any of the other criminal justice partners would like to speak, let us know. Sheriff Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to add to this. I appreciate the study that has been done and the thought that has gone into this, the possibilities in terms of how we can reduce the jail population. I do want to remind the board of a couple of things, though. One is that the diversion or the alternative treatment or alternative to incarcerations that are incurred will require additional resources in one form or another. And so this is something that I think there's been an attempt to look at, well, if we reduce the population in the jail, we're going to reduce the budget, and we're going to not spend as much money. And the reality is you're going to be spending as much money and probably more. It's just going to have to be spent in different ways. And there's still going to be a basic underlying need for jail space and incarceration for inmates who commit those serious offenses that you've mentioned, that relate specifically if they're violent or crimes against persons. But there are also career criminals, people who do not respond to rehabilitative attempts, people who at some point in the system have to be incarcerated in order to protect the public. And then there's also, and I really want you to remember this as you think of these numbers, the number of beds that we have should not equate to the number of inmates that we have in jail. And I've mentioned it many times before, but it bears repeating that a jail really, under ideal circumstances, should be operating at no more than 85% of its capacity. That's because of classification issues primarily, the inability for mixing certain types of inmates within the jail structure, but also, as we have seen with COVID and the ongoing nature of COVID and the likelihood that we're going to continue to be struggling with COVID in the future, we need the ability to spread inmates out more and not to have them all jammed together in areas that max the capacity of certain housing units and of the jail itself. And again, I would remind you that that 85% translates into, currently, today we have in our jail a total of, I just moved my paper here. We have a total of 791 inmates that are in jail. Of those 791, 330 are in the Northern Branch Jail, 461 are in the main jail. The number increased by 13 from yesterday. So in one day, we've seen an increase. And this number typically goes up and goes down. We have currently in our jail a total of 21 people who are awaiting transfer to the state prison system. and a total of 31 people who are awaiting transfer to the Department of State hospitals. And so we're holding those inmates and have those number of inmates that are as a result of a backlog and an inability for us to get those inmates transferred in a timely fashion. But getting back to the 85%, obviously I've pushed for, and I have been saying, and I still believe that we need a capacity in the jail of no fewer than 1,000 rated beds. That would be how we could safely and properly confine 850 inmates. And although we have 60 some less than that now currently in our jail, we have to be able to be prepared for surges at certain times. If there are certain seasonal or crime-driven pushes and surges that go up, or as I've mentioned, things that happen at the state level, which cause a backlog of inmates that cannot be transferred in a timely fashion. So, but if you look down at the numbers, if you have only 900 beds and operated at 85%, that's 765 inmates, less than what we currently have. And if you were to drop to 800 beds, you could only safely and properly really confine 680 inmates. So keep that at the back of your mind as you look at jail population numbers related to the number of actual rated beds that we have. It is very possible, and in fact, we do all the time, we currently do, have a far fewer number of inmates in the jail than we have beds in the jail. But if you don't have those beds, then you start to get into the problems and the issues that we've had historically with our jail system, where we have an excess of inmates, we don't have rated beds, and all of a sudden that's what in the old days drove people to be triple bunked, people to be sleeping on temporary beds on the floors and such. That really was the driver of why we needed to build the Northern Branch Jail in the first place. So I would ask that you continue to keep that 85% number in the back of your mind as you look at these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to other criminal justice partners who'd like to speak, I've been asked if we could do public comment first because of a time issue. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak, and we will begin here in Santa Barbara with Mr. Andy Caldwell, to be followed on Zoom with Ms. Pam Flint-Tambo.
And then with that, I'll close the line for public speakers.
Chair Hartman, thank you for that consideration. I'm Andy Caldwell, representing CoLab. I didn't disagree with anything that the board members have said in terms of this balancing act and all the rest and efficiencies. But what I can tell you from our membership, and we have members that are retailers, professionals, ag, manufacturing, and industry, they are at their wits' end because of the number of crimes being committed, property crimes, equipment thefts, and things like that. And these cases are not getting resolved. And in fact, usually cops aren't even showing up to make a report. So if you need to take a big step back from this and realize that Prop 149 and 159 lower the classifications from felonies to misdemeanors, misdemeanors to citations, and then what we call from citations to don't bother to show up, i.e. cops not even writing the report because they know nothing is going to happen. Some of our members have the theft on video. Nobody's getting prosecuted. So this all sounds good, and I understand efficiencies and nuances and all that sort of stuff, what you're doing. But out there in the real world, well, one of my realtor friends told me she has a house for sale. Homeless people break in, they have to repair the windows, break in again, repair, break in again, repair, and then do extensive damage to the home. Business owners getting compressors stolen, ATVs stolen, all sorts of equipment stolen, on camera, nothing happening. And I'll just give you one little statistic here from one of the slides. 80% were connected with substance abuse programs. That is worthless. They were connected. The meaningful thing is how many of them are sober. And I know that's hard. I had a prison ministry in Lompoc Fed for 7 years. I know a lot of those guys did really stupid things when they were high. Okay, I understand that. But connecting them with substance abuse, that's not an indicator of anything. And I wish, I talked to our DA-elect. We have a consumer crimes division, an environmental crimes division. We need a division of crimes against business in this county. And I can tell you the farmers are some of the ones getting hit the hardest. Thank you.
We will now go to Ms. Pam Flint Tambo on Zoom, who is our final speaker.
Oops, did I unmute?
We can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear me? You can? Okay. The Joint Criminal Justice Group of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara and Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice of Santa Barbara, CLUE, are here today to thank CEO Miyasato and Judge Ellsworth for all the work to bring about the collaborative criminal justice improvements outlined in Attachment A presented today, and especially for including the community voice in the listed reforms. We commend the improvement report for its visual and informative format. We've observed, advocated for, and supported this work along the way, and will continue to monitor progress leading to safe reductions in incarceration. We urged preparation of the jail population study that now confirms the prospect for planning a remodel of the South County Jail below the original projection of 800 to 1,000 beds. The optional policies laid out in Michael Wilson's expert report are already underway. If all the criminal justice partners do their part to implement the 9 strategies to prioritize rehabilitation over incarceration, elevating safety, justice, wellness, and equity, the jail population in the Santa Barbara jail could be reduced to 250 to 300 persons. And this would save the county millions of dollars on what will surely be a costly remodel. The 3 areas that we will be watching closely in the future are key to jail population reductions and preventing recidivism. 1, the first and top priority is to ensure compliance with jail residents' access to their attorneys. To date, progress has been slow in developing and implementing an access plan. 2, we applaud expansion of holistic defense, Initiative 8, and call attention to the need for general fund funding when grants expire in June 2023. And 3, we seek a firm timeline for integrating criminal justice data into a county dashboard, it's Initiative 7, enabling criminal justice partners and the public to track and analyze data to make data-driven decisions regarding the effectiveness and progress of reforms. And finally, we request you put in the record today our letter of July 1 to the board acknowledging the county's collaboration with the community in our criminal justice work, healing a broken system, building good neighbors, making the community safer, and saving millions in unnecessary incarceration while keeping in jail those who would harm the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Madam Clerk, with that, public comment is closed. Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I just want to focus in on just a couple of the programs that were talked about today, because I think they're really consequential and deserve a little bit of celebration. The District Attorney's Neighborhood Restorative Justice Project, which has been a really long time in coming, originally was called the Neighborhood Court, is finally operational and making a difference. And I think that, I believe very strongly this is going to be very successful. And I know that the DA's office in the past has expressed interest in expanding the program countywide, and I really encourage that and look forward to that that next step. And I know that they are also trying to get the felony diversion program underway, but I know they've had challenges with the consultant that they're working with. I want to thank the probation department and the sheriff's department for working together so well on the alternative sentencing program. It's also a data-driven effort that's going to produce some really good outcomes. And then the Public Defender's Holistic Defense Program is really a clear success story. You know, intervening early, getting folks the help that they need to change their lives around is really, I think, what this is all about. If you ask victims of crime, you know, most importantly, what they want is that they want the person that harmed them to never do that to anyone again. And they want to intervene and understand that the root causes of crime are what is driving these things. And by getting the mental health treatment and the drug treatment and the community supervision to those individuals tailored specifically to their needs, as Supervisor Lavanino said, you know, that's hard work, but it's the details that matter, and it's what produces results. And I think that the report today from Mr. Wilson and from Judge Ellsworth highlights the fact that we're on the right track and we're doing the right things. And we may have stumbled into them, from a much broader lens when we started out, but we're refining the things that are effective and we're delivering results. And ultimately, the goal is to increase public safety and to reduce crime and to do right by the victims of crime. And I think we are on the right track to achieve those goals. And I really appreciate the board's deep, thoughtful engagement on this issue, because it's paying results, and it's the kind of thing that isn't easy, but if we stick to it, we're gonna be really impressed in time with what's achieved.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just want to agree with Supervisor Hart and with my colleagues. I think all of the sentiments sort of really coalesce around that there's some urgency here. I mean, all you have to do is read the letters that we received at budget time from our deputy sheriffs assigned to jail custody to realize that there is a real urgency to implementing these measures. And that urgency is that it's very difficult for us to attract and retain enough officers when they are right now under as much mandatory overtime as they are. So it's sort of like, we can't reach the staffing that we want to reach because the existing workforce is being stretched so thin. And so, that I think that's really a danger to any scenario that we could war game, and should add some urgency of why we should be implementing some of these measures as quickly as possible in order that folks who are less likely to recommit if we get them out of there than if we leave them in are not the ones included in the jail population.
So I wanted once again to ask if any of the other criminal justice partners would like to speak. And I believe Lamera Kyle Griffiths from Public Defender would like to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Board and Chair. I wanted to address a couple of the, levers that were discussed that focused on access and early representation. The reason behind this is there are a whole number of studies that have come out about early representation that have studied everywhere across the country, and even one place closer to home for us, Santa Clara, California, involving getting involved in a pre-arraignment status and honestly as early in a potential representation as possible. When that happens, the numbers and the statistics are phenomenal. For those folks who are low risk, as we've been talking about, there's honestly, for someone who is held for 2 to 3 days alone, their potential criminality, for lack of a better term, in the future is 40%. They're 40% more likely to commit some other infraction or crime. And if they're held for 8 to 14 days, they're 51% more likely to commit something else. These are low-risk offenders, people and we're talking about nonviolent offenses still, people who do not have this long-term criminal contact. And so our ability to work with people early on individually and really get the stories, and not just for the actual legal defense, but also for that connection to services and the future and a lack of future disruption for our clients, their families, and our community.
I have a question. I'm not sure who could answer it, but I think Mr. Caldwell did raise an important point. And I hear often from people who are seeing criminal behavior, whether it be in agricultural fields or whether it be against businesses or residences. Sometimes these are organized efforts, sometimes they're the source is drugs. But someone in my office, for example, house was burglarized and they know who did it, and they know that that person has done, lives not in our county, but has been the source of many crimes. So the point that I think is important is, even if people don't go to jail, there's gotta be accountability. There's, so that they don't just get released and continue to be violators. And I think that's something that we need to address and assure our community that in this effort for criminal justice reform, that people who are violating other people's rights and property are held accountable in some way. And I would like to know what to say to people. Chief Hartman, thank you for taking this on.
Chair Hartman, board members, you know, it's a difficult situation that you're describing, because oftentimes victims aren't fully aware of what might be happening between the time that they make the report and it goes through whatever process, whether it's an informal process or an official court process. But I would refer them to the Victim Witness Program at the District Attorney's Office. That is the actual piece within the criminal justice system that is designed to connect victims with the actual outcomes and to assure individuals. I can't speak on behalf of the District Attorney's Office, but I feel confident in saying that our local victim witness staff are committed to maintaining that connection for victims with the actual court processes and make sure that they understand them. It doesn't always feel like it works as quickly as it should or as we would all like it to, but there are mechanisms in place for them to stay involved. It's just sometimes hard for them to recognize them. I also wanted to add that there was mention earlier about diversion and funding for diversion. Wanted to remind your board that there is over $800,000 set aside in the AB 109 budget specifically for felony diversion, pre-filing diversion. It is already been allocated and it's just waiting for a specific program to be identified through the district attorney's planning process. And I also wanted to thank Judge Ellsworth and Mike Wilson for their work. There has been a lot of work lately, and as your board has pointed out, it's a complex system and it's hard to fully understand the implications of everything that we're doing. But Mike's report has independently affirmed, I think, that the work that we're doing, the initiatives that we've taken on are aligned with the research, the data that's available that can ensure that we have some success going forward. And then, oftentimes I, as probation chief, also, I'm part of the criminal justice system, obviously, but I'm also a part of Health and Human Services, and I participate in a lot of their efforts as well. Director Navarro, who's here today, has the opposite. She's clearly part of Health and Human Services, but she's integral to the criminal justice reforms and the work that we're doing. And I just want to emphasize that every piece of what you're talking about and reducing that recidivism, we won't be fully successful unless we have health, behavioral wellness and the services they provide, both drug and alcohol as well as mental health services, fully integrated with what we're doing with criminal justice. We're very optimistic about what CalAIM will bring to our local resources and our toolkit, if you will, but I really can't emphasize enough, in order for us to be successful, there really has to be a level of priority services and integration for the criminal justice population. So I just wanted to share that as well. Thank you again for your attention to this important
Thank
subject.
you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. And just to continue on that issue that you're talking about of these property crimes, one of the things that I see, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that right now we do have a backlog, and so our criminal justice system has to have a bit of triage of system going here, addressing more serious and more violent crimes. And it's my goal is that through this efficiency is getting to a place where those can be cleared through the system in a timely manner so that some of these property crimes can really be addressed. There can be real consequences. It's unfortunate that we're in that place, but that seems to be the circumstances, especially coming out of COVID. And my goal, and what I was talking to Judge Ellsworth just yesterday about is, we want to create efficiencies to at least get back to where we were pre-COVID and then get better, right? And so that we can make sure that we have those resources and the ability within the system, within our courts, within the DA's caseload to be able to prosecute these criminals who continue to victimize our constituents.
Thank you for making that connection. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think what Chief Hartman was sort of speaking to is the transition ultimately to a restorative justice model. The traditional law enforcement criminal justice system kind of asks three questions: what law was broken, who broke it, and what should the punishment be? Whereas on the restorative side, there's a lot more focus on the needs of the victim. The question is, who was harmed, what do they need, and who has an obligation to fulfill that need? And so I think what we need to do is to grind the efficiencies in the system to where we can put more resources into the side of the equation that focuses on the needs of the victim. And I think that's something everybody can get behind.
Thank you. With that, I need a motion.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So we will break for closed session. County Council.
Madam Chair, members of the board, in closed session today, you are scheduled to discuss anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation, one case. The description of that is located in the agenda. Another case of existing litigation, Christopher Anderson versus County Santa Barbara, which is a Santa Barbara Superior Court case. Conference with labor negotiators for Seiu Local 620 with agency designated representative CEO Monomi Asado and Human Resources Director Maria Elena de Rivera, and public employee performance evaluation for County Executive Officer. And the time estimate is 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Back at 1:30? Back at 1:30? Okay. Recess till then. On the updates, I would like to quickly review the strategy the county has employed over the last 2 years. Tony? So first, the county utilized GARE's change framework that focused on normalizing our conversations about race and equity, organizing ourselves to achieve equity, and operationalizing our efforts through new policies, practices, and systems to establish a more inclusive and organizational culture. Next page. Second, 2 years ago, the board made the courageous and critical commitment to creating a more equitable and inclusive organization and community. In support of the board's decision, county staff designed and adapted a strategy that was not rigid nor fixed. Rather, it was flexible and allowed adjustments along the way and allowed us to maintain a curiosity about our work. The active principles throughout our journey were the following. It was going to be a journey. It was not going to be a fixed one-time event. We were going to start with ourselves. If you recall, we started with the executives, and then it moved down the organizational stakeholders. We knew that we were not going to have all the answers, but rather that we needed to partner with several folks. We partnered with our neighboring cities. We partnered with private industry and nonprofits, and including the educational folks, and they have been part of this journey with us these last 2 years. We also knew that we needed to continue to learn and explore and express and listen. And last year, I came before you and made 4 commitments about what we in County HR were going to be doing to advance equity, and I'm going to provide the status of these 4 commitments now. Next page. So first, you might recall it's kind of small writing. I'm not going to be reading any of that, but I wanted to at least give you the visual of this is the board's approved statement of commitment to equity and inclusion, and you might recall that our 2 board sponsors help kind of redraft some of this, and we use this in a lot of the work that we do in county HR. But it's not enough to just display these words in a nice fancy posting. And like the GARE model suggests, we have to operationalize this. And so we have taken the words and the spirit of the words, and we have cascaded these concepts, next slide please, into the numerous capacity building programs that we offer through our EU programs. So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, but I think we've reached over 1,100 unique employees in this last fiscal year throughout the various programs. As you can see, new employee welcome that we do every month. These concepts from the Statement of Commitment are embedded there, our Civil and Respectful Workplace program, the Brave Safe Spaces that several of you have participated in, the entire leadership framework. Every single one of those programs have these concepts embedded into them. And Henry has done numerous services for many of our departments, and our employee communications, our weekly newsletter, and the quarterly podcasts. So all of that integrates the spirit of the Statement of Commitment. The next commitment we made was to organize ourselves in a way that truly supports and sustains the equity journey. So we now have the components of the joint governance and the functions of each of the levels. We will have to activate this in this coming year, but at least now we have a defined structure that we didn't have before. We just had these bits and pieces. We had our board sponsors, and I think, so just the top and the bottom is what we had. Henry facilitated the diversity, inclusion, belonging, and equity roundtable with our external partners, but we didn't have much of the middle. and now we do, and what their roles and functions will be. The third commitment was that we were to develop a toolkit. We know that training is not enough. Inequities are created and sustained over time. We must put tools into people's hands so they can help us change policies, programs, and practices and break the cycle of inequities. And so this newly created online DEI toolkit is designed to give our employees and leaders the resources and information and educations at their fingertips. And here is an example of this toolkit that we're very proud of. Tony, just click right on that. Let's hope it works. It worked during the practice session. And so much for, oh, nope, it didn't work. Okay, that's fine. That's too bad. Oh, one more time. There it is. Yay. So this is called What's in a Name at the individual level of the toolkit. And just click on the right hand right there. So this is what an employee that wants to develop themselves a little bit, and this helps you understand how to pronounce someone's name and why that is so important. And you want to get someone's name right. This helps them go through it. Hey, why not?
Maria Elena.
And so this is really cool. Our staff had fun doing this because it gives you the audio, and so it's pretty cool. And my staff did this. I'm so proud of them. Be an ally and make a difference. Very cool. Anyway, so that's the example of that. But they're at 3 different levels, and there's lots of different tools within each of those levels. So at the individual, the interpersonal, and at the leadership level. And then the next one is we committed to collect data and metrics and disaggregate that data so we can measure our impact. And as the old saying goes, what gets counted counts. So here is what, not yet, if you could go back to the old one. Yeah, so this is what last year, what our dashboard looked like, and we were kind of excited about it then. And kind of nice, but it was flat and one-dimensional, and it was not at all interactive. But give us a year, and here's what we can do. Again, very excited to bring this to you, and this is in the intranet, on our intranet. And so look at this now. This is at the county level. You see that it has by male and female, and it gives it to you countywide, and it's also the new hire tab, promotions tab, and terminations tab. And you click on it, and it changes. So it's very interactive. And at that corner there, if you want to check out a specific department, you can click on any of those, and it will change the new hire, the promoted, and the termination tab, and it will change that. It will also change the male versus female. So we're very excited about this specific dashboard. All this data comes from our EEO reports. So now those EEO reports are actually being utilized. They do not just sit in some binders. They become data that we can now use. And so we're very excited about this. And then lastly, as we prepare for this fiscal year, we are in the process of marketing our very first county equity survey. The survey will discover equity barriers in areas such as recruitment, hiring, compensation, professional development, and promotions, and others. The departments are very supportive and have been great partners with us and engaged with us about this. We hope to have a very high response rate. The findings will help add meat to the bones of the 22-23 Joint Action Plan, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that in a moment. But for now, I'll turn the mics over to Ashley and Sarah from Community Services.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman, members of the board. Sarah and I are just going to provide some brief updates on Community Services DEI initiatives. There are 5 of them, which we pass through funds to support community engagement and input along with other departments and organizations. So these initiatives were first approved in December 2020, and they include the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee. That committee was established to increase participation and input in the various climate-related planning efforts that have taken place and continue to take place across the county. Those committee members also serve as ambassadors, taking back information about the planning efforts to their communities. So far, the EOC has provided input on a number of initiatives. I'll just highlight a few: the Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment, the Climate Action Plan, the Environmental Justice Element, and we think they'll probably continue to do a lot of work as more and more state plans require that you're reaching out to marginalized and vulnerable communities. And so to enable members to actively participate, they do receive a $100 stipend for every hour that they're doing work associated with the EOC, like attending meetings and taking information back to their communities.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman, members of the board. Additional pass-through funding initiatives managed by CSD staff included Listen, Learn, and Share, community-led workshops facilitated by Sojourner Kincaid Roll, the Uplift Expression and Cultural Diversity Program, which supported events such as Juneteenth celebrations. Funding was also allocated to support cultural and artistic projects identified by Chumash bands throughout the county. The Countywide History and Marker Project, which incorporates participatory GIS mapping of landmarks on county property, also addresses our evolving built environment and areas that are important to the communities who live here. As you know, a significant pass-through funding initiative administered by CSD is the Racial Equity Fund of Santa Barbara County. With board direction, CSD worked to subcontract with the Fund for Santa Barbara to develop a new grant program to invest in and strengthen organizations addressing anti-racism through systems change strategies in Santa Barbara County. We are grateful to the fund and to their grant-making committee for all of their work. We also appreciate all those who took the time to apply and would like to thank the board for these opportunities. Next slide, please.
So we do have a funding request so that we might continue to provide some of these board-approved initiatives. Specifically, we're asking for 2 pots of funding from the equity fund set aside, another $19,200 to continue to provide stipends for the work of the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee, and then also $275,000 from the equity fund set aside so that we could do a second cycle of the Racial Equity Grant Program. It would look very similar to what the previous program looked like, with the addition of any further direction from the board, and CSD could contract with the fund for Santa Barbara to administer that program again. I did want to just note that allocation of those funds would require a majority of vote, and if the board chose to move forward with allocation of those funds, we'd bring back a contract with the fund as well as budget revision requests. And with that, we will be turning it over to Public Health.
Good afternoon. And there we go. The Public Health Department, our DEI efforts are focused on both building the internal capacity in our department around health equity and externally by creating opportunities for community partners to build partnerships with the Public Health Department and other county departments and provide access for the external communities to engage with the county departments. We are driven by our federal and state mandates in our various programs to initiate health equity practice. So our efforts are housed in the Office of Health Equity, which your board approved 2 years ago. That office has 3 funded FTEs dedicated to energize and to train the staff and the community opportunities around health equity. Our second, how we began the health equity assessment in our department is using an established tool called BarHigh, so that we can gauge our department's awareness and capacity to address health inequities. We were able to launch that survey department-wide via an inclusive committee of 10 staff, and we were able to get 68% completion rate, which is really remarkable because it is a very long survey. And the survey led us to creation of our Health Equity Hub and our department's Health Equity Plan. So the hub is a space on our intranet where staff can go and be self-guided through health equity resources, information, learn more about health equity, the framework and how to take action to in the various programs that they are in order to advance health equity. We also have, I'd like to give an update on our Health Equity Alliance. Last year, your board passed a resolution of concern declaring racism as a public health crisis. So we were able to engage various community leaders across the county, including representation from the Chumash indigenous groups, the Black community, the AAPI community, the Latinx community, the hyper-rural community, and so much more. So this group has convened for the last 6 months, and we are looking on solutions, looking at data, and looking at policies, and looking at community engagement. Another one of our efforts is to continue the dialogue that was created during the COVID-19 pandemic. If you recall, we reported to the board the Latinx Indigenous Migrant COVID-19 response task force and how we were able to engage community and provide them with resources to join us as partners. We've continued that, and we've been calling it the community conversations to be more inclusive towards other issues. And we are continuing to maintain language justice by having real-time interpretation throughout the meeting. And it's really driven by our community and the topics that they are wanting to know more about. We are in that space. We continue to engage CBOs, faith and business leaders. We have representations from elected officials, and the community members are provided that space and direct communication with the leadership in the Public Health Department, as well as leadership in other county departments. Lastly, we have formed the Central Coast Health Equity Partnership, and this is a regional approach to convene health equity staff from public health departments in San Luis Obispo, Ventura to join us. We meet on a monthly basis to discuss best practices and look for opportunities to collaborate on a regional basis. And that is what we have been up to with regards to DEI efforts in the Public Health Department.
Okay, thank you, Vaughn. And I'm just going to cover a little bit more on other county departments. Again, as I mentioned at the start, this is a milestone in that all departments come together today. And so here's just a quick look. Your attachment B in your packet has a more thorough list of what other county department efforts are, but I wanted to just highlight a few here today. As you can see, it's a good diversity of things. We have agricultural weights and measures, did outreach for their stakeholders in Spanish. We have the clerk, recorder, assessors going through their documents to ensure that there's neutral, unbiased language. Several departments, fire, social services, also created a DEI committee to improve their diversity efforts. Planning, who has started a major strategic planning effort, has ensured that they've integrated DEI concepts into that strategic planning effort. And the sheriffs has added a DEI component into their psychological review of new staff. And so again, you have more details in your packet. Now I'd like to actually just move into what this new year will look like. And as part of that, what I'd like to suggest is that we, of course, continue our journey in support of GARE's change model, but we'd like to focus our efforts specifically in these four areas, what we're calling the areas that we want to have impact. So you heard me say that we've reached over 1,100 employees through cascading the concepts through our capacity building. But that has to increase, and we must build more capacity. And so in how we improve the way we talk about and understand DEI, we have to get comfortable with the discomfort that comes with talking about race and race equity. And we need to explore if we have the necessary tools and resources and support to advance and sustain equity and inclusion. We have to ask the questions, what actions should we be taking now to prepare for a more equitable future? The equity and inclusion journey is a long-term journey, and how do we sustain the momentum and accountability? How do we measure our progress and impact? So these are the questions we have asked ourselves and will continue to ask. And while we have identified some objectives under each of these, the equity survey results will help us identify other objectives that we hope will fit into these impact areas. But I will show you a few here. So impact area 1, how we talk about it and understand DEI. Again, this came from the departments. And again, I won't read all of them to you, and you do have it in your packet as well. But I thought it was good for me to just highlight a few, and I'll talk about number 1, partner with Pacific Pride to offer LGBTQA+ awareness courses. And that comes from 2 departments, Child Support Services and Probation. And we are making a commitment both from the CEO's office and county HR that we need to ensure that we maintain and sustain the governance meetings and that we facilitate those so that we can sustain the join structure. The next slide and the next impact area is the number 1 again is the first, this year they focused, ag and weights and measure focused on Spanish. For this fiscal year, they're wanting to focus on the Mixteco community and making sure that they create education and outreach for that population. Number 4, probation is partnering, again, staying within our philosophy of that we can't do this alone. They're in partnership with the series Policy Research Design for designing a framework to collect data on youth's sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression to inform the strategies and improve services to that population. The next impact area, prepare for a more equitable future. Several of us are working on mentorship and shadowing program for our own staff. County council mentioned that, treasurer, tax collector, and of course, county HR that's going to be looking at it more broadly. The next one I thought I'd highlight is 3 departments, public defender, social services, and treasurer, tax collector is looking at standardizing and structuring interviews and hiring practices to ensure equity and inclusion. And again, data from the survey will help guide that. And then the last impact area, drive DEI results and accountability. Community services, again, through their contracts, they're wanting to ensure that there's specific language that aligns with county DEI provisions. County council is wanting to track their DEI efforts by collecting the data through their recruitment data, the demographics and retention. And then, of course, county HR is going to want to facilitate those departmental DEI action plans and to make sure that we fill out these plans and build them out based on the surveys, and that we help departments so that there is this accountability. And so just to close out our presentation, Tony, the next slide. Again, the recommended actions, we ask that you receive and file our report and authorize the $19,200 from the equity fund set aside for the stipend expenses, authorize the $275,000 from the equity funds set aside for the second cycle of the racial equity grant program, and that if the recommended actions B and C are in fact approved, that the 3-5 budget revision and contract will be brought back to you for your consideration. And that concludes our presentation, and my colleagues and I and our respective teams are available to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Board members, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I had a question about slide 15. If you can go back to that one. Something caught my eye. On item number 3 there, go back to slide. Oh, it's in, sorry. It's a new 17. So number 3, offer alternatives to training. So we're going to ask employees to go to training or go to celebrations as some type of.
So I don't think it's either or.
Okay.
I think it's just other things. So events other than just training that they will do, like webinars, conferences, lunch and learns, okay. And then so Heritage Month, like Juneteenth celebrations or National Hispanic Month celebrations.
So if their employees attend one of those celebrations, they don't have to do training? Is that what that's?
No,
okay.
I don't believe it's in lieu of training.
Okay. I was just
Yeah,
trying to
good
understand.
point. Yeah.
It looked a little bit odd, to say the least. And I got to ask that a lot of this stuff is stuff that we've been doing already in this county, right? Is this more of just formalizing? I mean, HR for many years, I mean, whether we've had to do that because of federal laws on discrimination or just because we've been ahead of the curve on some of these things. These are things that our county has been doing for many, many years.
So I think the only thing I can say that we've been doing that's mandated is like the sexual harassment training. That's mandated.
Right.
That kind of, but that's, none of that is in here. We complete our EEO report. That's not here because that's a have to do.
Right.
So I think a lot of these things, and that made me feel good actually, is that it did not come from HR. These are things that actually came from the departments, right? And so that is what's actually nice, and that it did get codified, and that these are the things that the departments themselves are saying we're interested in doing. So that's what was exciting.
I got a few more thoughts and deliberations, but that's it for questions.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, so if I understand it right, these are things that the individual departments have decided are their primary efforts in DEI, and that it's really decentralized. You've got a lot of different organic, creative ideas, and each department is running with their own approach. And then ultimately, I guess we hope to build that into a floor where all the departments are at least, doing some of these really great ideas. As we find out which ones are more successful than others, then we kind of standardize it and make it a countywide system. Is that how you imagine this evolving, or would it stay decentralized and department driven?
Supervisor Hart, through the chair, it's a little of both. It's a hybrid model, I think, because we do have the 4 impact areas, and with the new governance, and it's all kind of new, right? And this is a journey, and so we're going to still want it to be flexible, because we do want things, the departments have their unique needs and schedules. But I think that's why today is kind of an important milestone for us, because it's for the first time we're presenting it as a united effort. And I think that that's going to be the start. And I had a conversation earlier with a department director who said, this will be good because I get to actually see what others are doing and build on that. And we will begin hopefully to have the conversations collectively as to how we can move forward. So that's why I said we get to build it out from here. So that will be exciting.
I think that was a great way to frame it, that it's a journey, that this is the first time that it's all pulled together. And so everybody can see what creative ideas each department's doing, and in the future potentially emulate those and borrow from each other and create that fabric that works really well together.
Supervisor Hart, just for information, in the board letter that's posted, we actually we asked departments what they're doing for this past year and the year ahead. So it's a big table, it has a lot more detail. And so Ms. Degavar helped summarize it into more bite-sized pieces for the PowerPoint, but it's all in there. And so it's helpful if you want to look at those. And she said, yes, it is a hybrid approach, like all the way we do county services in general. But my office is hiring through our ARPA funds a coordinator to help coordinate these activities. Like you've said, departments have been really, some are more advanced than others because like health equity and public health, and Be Well is another leader in this. HR has been leading the internal efforts, but we know we need to do a better job of coordinating the internal with the external and making sure the external efforts are also coordinated. So we hope to make more progress next year when we have this position.
Well, and I really appreciate both the inward focus on the county organization and also the external liaisons, that the equity fund grants, the landmark analysis, the all the other programs that are directly connected to the community as a whole, and together, that's really what we want to do, is achieve both progress in both spheres.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I also, think that it's good to have the sharing of different departments, and there's something I've noticed about the way that you all have handled it is you seem to have made it your own, right? Not just something that is imposed by the CEO's office or by the Board of Supervisors, or not just imposed by an outside consultant. And I like that. I mean, that you all and the department heads and the rest of the organization, finding different paths. And yeah, inevitably it'll mean that some folks do it faster than others, but that it's your paths, right? And I think that there's something powerful about that.
I had a question, I think probably for Ms. York-Rubin. Could you describe the listen and learn sessions and how those unfolded and what we learned, and if that did or will in the future feed into the grant program, the equity grant program?
I feel like there are so many answers for that, but the Listen and Learn program was really developed on a model that had already been established by a great community leader throughout the county, Sojourner Kincaid Roll, and her previous iteration was called Heart to Heart, which also kind of centered on shared expression and experiences, and also areas where that was divergent, and appreciating those places as well. So she worked with different kind of cross sections of the community, also at intersections with other public experiences and issues. So there was one that was specifically targeted with affordable housing and what housing looks like, and how artists and arts can be part of that conversation. She had one that was specific to the museum and cultural institution directors to see what we provided throughout the county and what we could in terms of representation and inclusion. And then she also had kind of open community workshops, and we aggregated a lot of that feedback. And a big finding was just that we have so much to learn, and there's so many different people. One of the ideas is plurality, where there's all of these experiences happening at the same time, or even from different groups with different identities. Everyone was sure to share that they weren't a monolith, that they themselves didn't speak for the entirety of for instance, the Black community, that they could share their individual experience. And so I think people were very respectful of each other and just of the validity of everyone's experiences. But I would be happy to share some of the findings and things that we can work on, and that could be through a memo or returning. And then in terms of how it pertains to the Racial Equity Fund, that's largely informed by the equity study, the regional equity study that the Fund for Santa Barbara conducted with the Bloom Center and UCSB, I believe also USC. And so they have some wonderful data, but also community representatives for that grant making. Does that help?
Yes. And I didn't realize that study had been completed in time for this allocation. So, and so that'll continue to guide the allocation. And will this money go across different ethnic and racial groups, or is it?
The current structure is specific to, and I'll pull the language just to make sure I have it correctly. Organizations addressing anti-racism through systems change strategies in Santa Barbara County. But if there is specific policy direction, this would be a wonderful time to receive that from you, so that we develop a scope of work and a contract that's really aligned with your goals.
Yes, I don't think I personally have read this study. I should have. So I guess I would like at some point to better link the two, or have an understanding kind of what the priorities of the fund will be for the next round.
And we also, just to share, we do have Patricia Solorio and Tanya Reyes from the Fund for Santa Barbara on this call right now, virtually, if there are also specific questions.
Well,
that-
they're welcome to chime in if they'd like to.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Having some technical difficulties. So yes, the regional equity study was completed and is available online. We're happy to share those links with you. And as far as our priorities moving forward, we don't typically have initiatives, and we're seeing this as a field of interest fund. And so we don't anticipate seeing any changes to the guidelines or priorities in the next funding cycle, as it's just focused on the anti-racism and the items outlined in the policy.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I got to kind of a little bit of a firsthand look with the fund in this first round of grants. And one of the things that I was really impressed by And I don't know if it actually fits with what that description was on systems change, but it really seemed like a lot of the grants that were given in the first round were towards more education and services to assist with these efforts. And that's something that, you know, if that's where this route's going to go, I'm happy to continue to be a strong partner in that. I do think that that's one of the tools that we have here, that we can really bring everybody together through learning about each other's shared experiences and really broadening all of our stories as we come together. I do get a little uncomfortable when it gets into systems change, because there is this advocacy, and then we're using taxpayer dollars to pay other organizations to advocate us to do certain things. And that's just a really weird mix when you think about, you know, the structure that we have out here. And that kind of also rolls into the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee. You know, my office has reached out to community services over the last year, trying to add some other diversity to the committee. You know, there's 12 different organizations that are represented on that. Most of them are pretty progressive, you know, and you know, we want to have a conversation like we do up on the board. The 5 of us bring different life experiences and different constituencies together. And when we're only talking to each other in one group, it's not the same conversation. And then we also don't get a chance to go reach out to those other groups that may not be at the table. So I want to kind of reach out, and through this process, since we're talking about that, to potentially reopen up that committee. I think we gave you 40 different organizations that hit, you know, everything from the Hispanic Chamber to other ag-related organizations that might bring additional ideas and shared life experiences to the table as we address some of these issues. Because I do think if we're going to get maximum effectiveness out of the conversations that we're trying to have in these funds, really we've got to reach everybody. It can't just be, you know, our progressive environmental nonprofits, or, you know, just certain advocacy groups. It really does bring everybody to the table so that we can move forward with some of these things. And so I just really want to add that to the conversation as we move forward. Also, with the new round, any additional funding, I do think we should open it up to, you know, reopen the application process. You know, I know that there was applications that were done. We chose some. I would rather, you know, maybe keep those old applications and add more to that in the second round. I would, and then the other portion on that was, I think there was a little bit of a skew to the South County in the first round of funding. It might be good to, I mean, not give full direction, but just for that be a consideration for the Fund of Santa Barbara to look at that when their next round of funding as well.
And Supervisor Nelson, just to make sure I have everything correctly, so the request would be to ensure that those applicants who are not selected for the first round of funding be considered or have their applications included in the second round.
I'm actually hoping to open it back up, and so if somebody's still interested, they could apply again with their former application. But I do think that there's probably potentially new organizations that now learned about this. You know, this over the last year, this has gotten some press. It might be a good time for some other organizations that might want to apply for these funds to get in there. So I just don't want it to just go back from the old list. I want to make sure that we were able to bring more to the table.
Thank you. And I do believe that's the intention, but this would also, I think, also to address your question about what system change means for this purpose, it might be a good time for Ms. Solorio to define that quickly, so we have that.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Sarah. So, you know, we believe that systems change begins also with the education piece. So it's not just direct lobbying or advocating to, you know, bodies like yours or city council, but it's also educating community, creating awareness around issue areas so that then, you know, folks can really organize around issues that they themselves identify, and they engage in identifying their own solutions. And then, you know, eventually, of course, if it involves going to, you know, even like a school board or to the county board of supervisors or to the local city council, or to just any group that needs to make, you know, a change so that systems can be changed. It's not just governmental entities, but yes, you are included in some of the lobbying that might eventually happen.
I guess what concerns me is some of these groups in their systems change pit some portions of our community against other portions of our community. And I really don't want to fund something that really puts other maybe businesses or industries at a disadvantage. I don't think that's our place here at the county. So that's one of the concerns I do have about these type of funds. I know there's been a lot of labor organizing that's happened in our agricultural industry that has led to labor strife. And so if that's where this is going to go towards, I'd be out. I think there's a lot of other good work we can do where we actually unite people instead of pit, important relationships in our community in conflict.
Thank you for bringing that up. So we don't actually fund any labor organizing. So that wouldn't be an organization that we would fund. So, and we also work with nonprofits to really understand the limitations legally for their engagement in lobbying. So it would be within those 501c3 rules of engagement for lobbying.
Thank you, Patricia. That helps.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to take this moment to thank the staff and the board of the Fund for Santa Barbara for doing this work. It was a significant undertaking, and it was a lot of effort, and they paid really great attention to the details of this and did a lot of work. So having them as a partner, I think, has been really valuable. And I know that they are sensitive to the issues that Supervisor Nelson brought up. We together met with Executive Director Marcus Vargas and talked through some of these things. And the geographic equity, I think, is probably more a product of not as many organizations knowing about this the first time around. And now more people will know about it, and I think we'll get more applicants. And the organizations that receive these grant funds are extremely grateful and really are doing incredibly important work. So I think this is a very successful effort, and look forward to seeing the results that are going to come from the next round of funding.
And Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for me, I think what you hit it on the head, Maria Elena, because I like that because it does help. So anyways, I liked what you said about being comfortable, about being uncomfortable, because this whole, from my perspective, walking into this conversation is always like, I'm looking for landmines, like, what can I say? What can't I say? What should I not say? But we have to get over that. And, I've had a few people talk to me about this program and the money and the investment that we're making, and they're not 100% bought in. They feel like it's almost like people don't like to be told that there's something wrong with their belief system, or that, they feel like they're getting labeled as they've done something wrong when they feel like I haven't done anything wrong. And so what I'm trying to let folks know is, well, first off, it's always funny to me. It's usually older white folks that are like, I don't want to be branded as something that I'm not. And I've come to the realization that it's like, first off, as I've said before, the person that's going to realize there's systemic racism in our county or other issues we need to work on, I'll probably be the last one to ever find out that issue exists, right? So we have to have an open heart and open ears and hear from people that are experiencing these things, and how do we better deal with them? So I just want folks out there that aren't, bought into this, is that this is simply us examining ourselves and finding out, are there issues? And if there are, just get better at it, improve ourselves. So, but I'm glad you addressed that, because I think there's so many people out there like myself that just feel the trepidation of moving in this space, not wanting to screw it up. But you have to be open enough to be like, I don't know everything, and I'm here to learn. So I appreciate us talking about this. Great work's being done. And honestly, for not all that much money. We're getting a lot of work done for a very small investment. So it's crucial to our community. I do like Bob's idea of, let's get more people involved. But appreciate all your efforts, and staff as well. Great job.
And Madam Clerk, public comment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have 3 requests to speak. I would like to remind members of the public who did register on Zoom to please sign in now. We will go to Connie Alexander on Zoom.
And with that, I will close public comment.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and board. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. So I am Connie Alexander. I am calling as president of the Santa Barbara chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, known as the NAACP. And, you know, I've previewed all of this for quite a long time and listened and been in the meetings. And so there's some things that I want to encourage you to continue to remember about the process. And first, I think I would say is to remember how you got here in the first place, that this all stepped through as an acknowledgement of the death of a man that stopped what we were doing and said it was time to acknowledge what's been here for a very long time, which I've lived in Santa Barbara County for over 40 years. And I can tell you, I've never seen investment that was direct in terms of values, like this value. So what you're doing here is you're staking out what is the ultimate values in this county when it comes to this. And so we want to move not in a moment, but something that's long-term investment. And so I heard the end of the conversation around jails, and Chair Hartman, you were pressing in and asking a question around how do we get to where we resolve some of these things, and how do we move to that? And so here we are. This is exactly how you start to go into this direction of some resolve and to answer questions about recidivism and other things where we don't know how. So you have to jump in and get to know people. And I think that that is part of what's happening for here, and people feeling uncomfortable. You got to get into the mix so that you actually get to know people. Because like I said, I've lived here for 40 years and there are so many circles that don't cross, people that don't interact. So this begins us towards the movement of change of what has been unjust and moves towards what is just. And, you know, I had some questions because I don't know who's on the Equity Advisory Outreach Committee. So I'd like to see the names or see who that is. And finally, just to really kind of wrap that up is to just remember that, you know, these times press forward to get us to not just patronize, but to invest. And so coming from a community that has not had that kind of investment, this is an opportunity for that investment because it acknowledges that we are not going to erase entire communities here. So when you talk about the celebrations, when you talk about investment in youth, when you talk about those things, you are saying and acknowledging we are not going to erase people and erase people's histories and their contributions within this county, which have been significant. So there's an African-American cultural context statement that's getting ready to come out. I've been a part of the committee, and you're going to hear the rest of it, of this beautiful 400-year history of the African-American community in this county. And that is coming because a group of young people in Healing Justice wanted to make sure that their culture was not erased. And so they brought that before us, and it's beautiful. If you haven't read it, I can't wait for the next version so you can read it. So again, please remember that going here is not easy, but you have to stay in the mix and you have to stay in moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was our final speaker on this item.
Okay, any final comments from the board? I just wanted to say that I think it's important. Each of these programs is allowing the county to function better and to reach people and hear their voice and have them engaged in decision-making, voices we haven't heard before. And I think for us to do our job, we need to hear those voices. We need to understand. And so at all levels, we're trying to work on that. And it is new. It's been a lot of innovation. And I really I speak on behalf of all my colleagues to appreciate how much you all have invested and how much you care. And I think people in the community really feel that. So thank you very much. All right, moving on to departmental item, we need a motion and a second.
I'll move
And,
the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not ready to.
Second.
Okay, and discussion.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Yeah, so I am okay with moving forward with the allocation to the equity fund with the fund for Santa Barbara, but I am still concerned about the equity advisory and oversight committee. I do think that needs to have greater broad representation, and so I don't know if we can have that come back at some point for further discussion on that, because I think that looking at the people on that and the groups on it, it definitely has a skew and maybe overweighting in some areas, and I think it could be a lot more, not to overuse the word equitable, if it could be relooked at.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, just to respond, we did reach out to the list that was provided to us by your office, and we got a couple applications. Those applications go through a process where the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee sort of vets them, and they selected one of the applicants. But we're totally open to, doing a new cycle and reaching out to, any of the board offices who have potential candidates for that. We totally agree with your comments.
It might be good to start from scratch instead of taking that one group to have to approve new people into the group. So maybe we can do something where board offices actually nominate members of that. I mean, I think there's some other ways to look at it than it's currently configured. If you already got a group and they're only going to let a couple ones in that they agree to, it seems odd. And I think this is our committee, as we're the representatives, and so I think that there needs to be a better cut of diversity there.
We can definitely meet with you this Thursday and talk a little bit more about it. I think you would find the members of the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee very open to new members and very, very equitable. So I think we can make it work in a way that will meet everyone's needs.
So
I'll just make
when
a
does it
suggestion
come
that
back?
we
Yeah.
proceed with the 4 recommendations in front of us, and if Supervisor Nelson, can't resolve this, he has the power, like any supervisor, to ask for an agenda item to come back on a future date on the composition.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
All right, so I think we're gonna, a motion for staff recommendation A through D. We had a motion and a second, and Supervisor Nelson can come back after a conversation if he needs to discuss some more. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a countywide free library system annual agreement and library zone service delivery map revision.
While there's a shuffle, I just want to thank both the staff and the members of the public that have been here on multiple items that have stuck with us all day long. So we, appreciate that.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ryder Bailey. I am the CFO of Community Services. On Zoom is my director, George Chapgen. I'm also the library contract administrator for the county. For today's agenda, I'll provide a brief overview of our countywide library system. I'm going to break out the funding allocations within the annual contract. I'm going to request your approval of a proposed updated library zone delivery map driven by the City of Carpinteria becoming a state-recognized municipal library, and end with staff's recommendations. Beginning in fiscal year 22-23, the county will contract with 5 cities and their municipal libraries to administer 8 county branches. Those 5 cities are right there. 3 county branch libraries are located within cities. Those are Guadalupe, Buellton, and Solvang. They receive both city and county funding. There are 5 county branch libraries located within unincorporated areas and have no other public funding sources. Those are Orchid, Los Alamos, Cuyama, Vandenberg Village, and Montecito. This is our entire library system here. Your board is committed to supporting and funding the entire library system and funds nearly $4.4 million of its general fund annually to every library in the county. On this chart, going from left to right, the first column are our 13 libraries sorted by zone. Moving towards the right are the populations assigned by the state. The next 3 columns are the 3 different funding sources the county uses to fund libraries. The main source is the general funded per capita funding. Every resident in the county is funded at $8.34, a 3.8% increase over the prior year. The next 2 sources are cannabis-derived revenues and our small library fund. These are earmarked for county branches as they are historically funded at lower levels. This additional funding is intended to help them meet benchmark library standards. The column on the far right is our total county funding by branch and by zone. The County Library Zone Delivery Map is an Exhibit A to the annual agreement. Your board last modified the library's service delivery map in 2019. That was when the city of Goleta became its own municipal library. This established a 4th library zone with service delivery including the city of Goleta, Eastern Goleta Valley, Community Service Area 3, Hope Ranch, Isla Vista, Buellton, Solvang, Gaviota, Santa Ynez, Los Alamos, and its surrounding areas. This is the purple area in the map. With the city of Carpinteria establishing its own municipal library and becoming a party to our annual agreement, staff is requesting your approval of the proposed library service delivery zone map and a 5th library zone to be administered by the city of Carpinteria, also servicing Toro Canyon CDP and surrounded in unincorporated areas. This is located in the lower right-hand corner of the map. This next slide is the southeastern detail. So this is a more detailed look at that map, zoomed in to highlight the formation of the new Library Zone 5 to be administered by the city of Carpinteria. There are no other changes to the map besides this portion of the map. I'd like to say that staff worked with the cities of Santa Barbara and Carpinteria as they were impacted by this change. For the city of Carpinteria, we worked with them to ensure the population was unchanged. The map was drawn as such that we went into the forest where there was no population, while the city of Santa Barbara requested a contiguous border with Ventura County to the south. As you are likely aware, Santa Barbara and SLO County recently left Black Gold Library Collaborative, and the state requires contiguous borders with other jurisdictions should they decide to share materials. I'd like to thank you for your time today. Libraries in the region are valued and utilized as a safe place to learn and connect with the community, and your ongoing support has been key to their success. Here are staff's recommendations: that you approve, ratify, and authorize the chair to execute the fiscal year 22-23 agreement and determine such actions are not subject to CEQA. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do board members have any questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. The whole issue with Santa Barbara, so they've left the regional thing that we have in the county, but then they want to go work with another county? Is that why they want to be connected to Ventura? Is that how that works? Is that
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. As of July 1, SLO County and Santa Barbara City have left Black Gold. The remaining jurisdictions all do share resources, just as they did before. Santa Barbara has expressed preference to have the ability at some point that they may seek to resource share with another jurisdiction, but I don't know that that is happening today. This would allow them to, there are 3 zones to the south that touch Ventura. This would leave Zone 1 touching Ventura County.
If I could add, Chair.
Of course.
The impact really, at first we thought there was going to be a big impact to the overall system of Santa Barbara and slow leaving. In fact, when we looked at it later, it turned out to be kind of nominal, I think 30 to 40,000 maximum. So I think the overall system is still strong without Santa Barbara. So so the impact really is not that big to the overall system, our overall system.
It just seems as the county that we, provide money regionally to all our constituents, and then we have one zone that wants to not be a part of the county system. It just seems, I am not on the library committee, but I'm just trying to get my arms wrapped around that, or maybe I should run quickly out of the room. So,
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I would say which library that doesn't want to be part of our system are you talking about, right? Because the issue with black gold is just one element of the system, and we essentially have had for the past several years one library wanting to secede from a part of the system without any negative ramifications. So we haven't punished other libraries that have left a portion of the system, nor is black gold our system, right? We had to get sort of deep into this because we tried to keep the marriage together. I would just say that the other half of the couple wasn't trying very hard. Santa Barbara and SLO asked that since they contribute a large amount of materials and they have a larger population, that there should be some kind of weighted voting. And their ultimate objective was to get technological upgrades to the system, but the other black gold members are not willing to have a weighted system. And frankly, if I represented a jurisdiction that had 90,000 people in it, and would I want to be outvoted by one that had 17? No. So.
Okay. So I'll run.
Okay, seeing no other lights, is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, we're ready for a motion for A and B staff recommendation.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So we did trail one item, A38. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record again?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 38 is from the Human Resources Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an update to the teleworking policy, now referred to as the hybrid remote work policy.
Okay, and do we have public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have 4 requests to speak. However, only 2 are currently logged into Zoom, so I would like to remind members of the public who did register under this item to please log in now.
Okay, and so I'll close public comment with those 4, and let's start.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we will begin on Zoom with Laura Liu, to be followed on Zoom by Michelle Lujan.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. My name is Laura Louie, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to make a public comment as one of the staff directly affected by the hybrid remote work policy, which is set to be finalized on today's agenda. I ask the board to reconsider finalizing this policy until language has been added to grandfather in those of us approved by our department heads for out-of-state work. I have served public health for 7 years and resided in Santa Barbara for 2 years. I have 7 outstanding performance reviews from my time at public health, and I've made meaningful and necessary changes across our department. My husband's job may have brought my family out of the state of California, but my love for this work and passion for this community has never wavered. I care about the team I've built and the people that I work with. I care about the patients we serve and the good work we do to improve their lives. So please, I ask you reconsider finalizing this policy, which would not allow me to continue my employment with Santa Barbara County. I may sit in Oregon, but I work extremely hard to make sure I am available and engaged for the community that I serve. So thank you sincerely for your time and consideration on this matter today.
Thank you, Ms. Liu.
We will now continue on Zoom with Michelle Lujan, to be followed in Santa Barbara with Daryl Sheck.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I would like to make a public comment as a public health employee and a union member. The policy as written will be unfairly impacting existing employees residing out of state. These employees have been instrumental in serving our community and keeping us moving forward during these unprecedented times. I ask that the board reconsider the in-state requirement and grandfathering in those who have already been approved and demonstrated their ability to successfully work fully remote out of state. While this policy directly impacts a limited number of current county employees living out of state, the effects of losing vital employees and leaders will be felt by colleagues throughout their departments and will negatively impact services to our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
We will now continue in Santa Barbara with Mr. Daryl Sheck, to be followed by Ms. Laura Robinson.
So just County Board of Supervisors, Chair Hartman, just have a few points that I want to make on this particular item. You know, the county has sat down and met and conferred with the employee organizations on this. I think that when we were doing this, I think there wasn't really an idea of how much this would impact the 15 or so people that are currently working remotely throughout the county, 6 of which I understand are Seiu Local 620 members. These people have been working under remote agreements for several years now, way prior to COVID. So we've had, in particular, I know of instances where people have been working under these agreements since at least 2016 successfully. And that brings up the next question. Well, what is working successfully? Is there a problem with people working successfully remotely or not? You know, with regards to that, I just say if they aren't working successfully, the county does have a progressive discipline, you know, process that people can be taken through. And if there is an issue with someone's performance, and it certainly doesn't sound like there are when people receive 7 fantastic and stellar reviews over that period of time, that, but there is that option. You know, there are a lot of key employees that are involved in this and caught up in this. There are folks that in particular may have a particular skill set in the health department with handling data. I know in treasurer tax collector potentially with handling tax bills that may directly impact the revenue coming into the county. And we just hope that you'll reconsider providing some future direction to human resources and to just grandfather the people in that are currently impacted by this. The county's having enough problems right now recruiting people and retaining people, and it'd be a shame, not just for those employees, but it would be a loss for the county also to let those people go. And I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And we will now go to Laura Robinson, who is our final speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Laura Robinson, and I'm here representing Seiu Local 620 employees and others who will be directly affected by the implementation of this policy. First off, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank this board, the county, and the Human Resources Department for working hard over the past several year or so to develop this hybrid remote work policy. Thank you for recognizing that this is the future of work, and thank you for recognizing the benefit that this will have on the county and on the mental health of your employees in a time when that is so incredibly important. For the most part, I'm looking forward to the implementation of this policy and the benefit it will have on those employees lucky enough to secure a remote work schedule. That being said, there is one particular aspect of this policy that needs to be considered more thoroughly prior to its adoption. Currently, there are approximately 15 employees countywide who have secured a remote schedule while living outside the state of California. As written, this policy would initiate the separation of employment for those employees should they choose to remain out of state. One thing that I think is important to note, many of these individuals were granted these schedules well prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of these remote work contracts have been intact for over 6 years. These are high-performing individuals who provide value to their department, this county, and the public. While I recognize this policy is promoting the expansion of remote work at the county, and this may be a prudent policy moving forward, I would implore this board to consider grandfathering in those approximately 15 employees who are currently working out of state. Given the minimal overall number of employees and that most issues that may arise will likely resolve themselves through attrition in the near future, I believe this is a reasonable request. I'd also like to remind this board that last month during the budget presentations, you all sat here and listened to the Human Resources Director state that this county has a recruitment and retention crisis. Now is not the time to be ending relationships with proven performers and successful leaders. Again, this may or may not be a prudent policy in the future. However, I respectfully request that this board consider directing staff to revise the policy to implement it prospectively only, and to explicitly grandfather in the current out-of-state remote workers into their current contracts. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to working with you further.
Thank you.
And that was our final speaker on this item.
Okay, so I bring it back to the board. Are there any additional questions or comments? I am ready to go forward with the motion unless there is something else you'd want to discuss. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. This hybrid work policy as it is right now, to me is a good start. I think it still needs some additional work, especially with defining the tools necessary to be successful with hybrid work. I know that we are entering this world. It's definitely the what new generations of employees are requiring, but there's also a lot of infrastructure that goes along with that a lot of our tech companies out there in the private sector are utilizing, and I just want to make sure that the county, as we get into this, it's not just opening up and letting somebody go home with just a laptop and a cell phone, that there's so many more tools that are needed. There's training there for the employee, there's training on privacy, and it's also what that means to manage somebody that's in a hybrid work environment, and making sure that our managers have all that in place so that that can be a successful transition. As Mr. Sheck brought up, if these employees are performing, it shouldn't be a problem. But we got to make sure that they're performing, and so we need to make sure that we have those tools. So I'm good with what we've got right now, but I hope that we can add some more meat to the bones here in future iterations, and so that's what I would hope that we could do.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just want to make sure that I understand what we would be. Is the proposal to amend this current?
Yeah, what I'd propose is that we move forward with the adopting the updated hybrid remote work policy today, but that we direct human resources to meet with the unions on out-of-state employees to see if it's feasible to have out-of-state employees going forward, so that we're hoping and expressing the intent to move forward with a program where we can have county employees working out of state. But I understand it'll take a while to set up this program where we can accommodate the legal and practical requirements for employing people that live out of state. And to help move this forward, I'd also like the board to direct that the CEO's office work with the Auditor Controller's office so that we can have options for future out-of-state employees.
And so in the interim, we're grandfathering them, but trying to figure out a payroll.
I believe our policy said that through December,
Supervisors, we've given direction to our directors that until the end of the year, but we were hoping to find a solution. So I think your direction is appropriate to have HR continue to work with the unions on this, and having my office work with the auditor.
Right.
But the intent is to preserve those individuals' ability to work. So
yes, we just have to work out some of the practical issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good that this came up. I do think we are at a time when it is difficult to have enough employees and the best employees. I would say in most circumstances, you need to be a lot closer here to have the relationships and productivity. But I also don't want to take away from the ability of managers or directors to be able to continue employment of folks who have shown productivity in the past. And so I will support that amendment.
Okay, Supervisor Hart.
And just to clarify, the third bullet point on the second page of the staff report is that is not active in this proposal, which limits remote workplaces to within the state of California. Is that how we're addressing this?
Madam Chair, members of the board. So what's before you is a policy that HR has already done a meet and confer with all the unions. So my recommendation is not to make any changes to that policy until there is further meet and confer with the unions. So what I understand Chair Hartman to be saying is, let's go forward with this policy, but direct HR to continue to work with the unions and CEO's office to work with auditor controller to work out a program going forward so that we can accommodate employees that are going to work out of state.
Okay.
And our county council just articulated the motion. Could we get a second?
I'll second that.
Supervisor Nelson, did you have more?
Yeah, I just wanted to really, ask that the auditor's office really get engaged on this so that they can, try to find a solution. It seems that, this is something that's very accomplishable. There's other organizations doing it, and I think that our county should be able to do it too. And so I really hope that the auditor is able to find a path forward. So.
Or that we find some other way if she can't. Okay, motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So we are convening in closed session once again. County Council.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're continuing the closed session that started earlier. Again, I announced earlier there were 4 items: anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation, 1 case, existing litigation, Anderson versus County Santa Barbara, conference with labor negotiators, Seiu Local 620, and public employee performance evaluation for county executive officer. And Madam Chair, I'm not sure of the time estimate that's left. I would say
An hour at the most is what we can
an
do.
hour. Okay, thank you.
This is the board meeting of July 12th, 2022, and we've returned from closed session. County Council, will you tell what we did? Report out.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session. One item of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation, one case, and the facts are explained in the agenda letter. Existing litigation, Anderson versus County of Santa Barbara. Labor negotiators with the employee organization Seiu Local 620, and employee performance evaluation for County Executive Officer, and the board took no reportable action.
And so we are adjourned, Madam Clerk, to what date?
We are adjourned to August 16th.
Thank you.